Meeting for Thursday, July 20th to order. We do have quorum. Councillor Oswald's on holidays and Councillor Harris is actually having a medical appointment here this morning. I don't know if he'll make it, but we do have quorum for the meeting, so I'll ask everyone to rise for the singing of O Canada. We're not doing that with this. Okay, well, don't put it in the agenda then, please. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a recording, but you could sing.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, there's, moving on to item 2, there's no recognitions or introductions. So looking for agenda approval, item 3, Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll approve the budget council meeting for Thursday, July 20th, 2023.
Thank you. A motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne to approve the agenda for council budget meeting for Thursday, July 20th, 2023.
Thank God.
Okay, so is there any additions to the agenda or deletions? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So there's no unfinished delegations or appointments, no unfinished business, no public hearings. So we'll move right into 8. Item 8, new business, 8.1, Director Shonkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. It's my privilege again to start the 2024 budget process with you. So what I'm going to do today here is to give you the pre-budget discussions, and this will then give the basis for us as we move forward to preparing the interim budget, and then ultimately the final budget, and then the tax rate mold bylaw. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on the screen. So the agenda for today, firstly, I'll start off and give you an introduction. We'll have a brief discussion in terms of levels of service. I'll discuss with Council funding options, as well as looking at our assessment and taxation, our reserve strategy, debt as well, and then ultimately establishing the 2024 budgetary guidelines that we'll be using. So the objectives of the pre-budget meeting, I think, going through the agenda, Council more or less gets the idea as to what the objectives is for this meeting. Also, as I present to Council, I would, I'll express my ideas and the ideas that I've received from staff. I would also appreciate Council's input and feedback, and your views in terms of how you see the information that I'll present to you today. Ultimately, what we want to make sure is that we continue our operations in a sustainable manner and also in a responsible way as well. We will be planning to align our business plan and our budget needs with one another, and then ultimately that will tie back to Council strategy and the way forward for us. The goal for the 2024 budget, as we've had previous years, is to ensure that we have a balanced budget that we present to you come the end of the year, and then also when we finalise the final budget as soon as we have all the assessment information that comes in during the April month. At the end, what we'll be looking at is the budget policy itself, but also this will then give this presentation will be set the basis then for for our reserve policy that I've been promising Council for quite a while, and we've indicated to you that today will be the day And as we go through the information, you will see where all the assumptions were made, the calculations, and the rationale as to where we see things going for the county in terms of the reserve needs and so on. Council have seen this slide a few times, and it's just a very quick recap again when we look at where we are today and where we move forward. Like I mentioned, the council's strategic plan ultimately sets the basis or for us to move forward on the budget. The budget guidelines gets established, presentation of business cases, grants to organizations, interim budget, final budget, and then ultimately the tax rate bylaw. The next slide is a slide that I just, it's a thought process in terms of the budget and, in general approach in terms of how we function within the organization is that when we look at the ratepayers and who ultimately serves our ratepayers, it is the employees at the end. So our role as management is to serve our employees. The directors then serves the managers. The CEO serves us, the director group, and council, the CEO. So the loop is not the employees serving the higher ups in the organization, but the higher ups in the organization serves the employees, which then ultimately serves our ratepayers and where the service then gets delivered.
Silent.
Levels of service. Levels of service. When we look at levels of service, it is always important to get an understanding as to what is under our control and what is not under our control. Now, services, what we can control is whether we want to increase the level of service. Generally, what we do not control is on the operational side of things, as the cost and the need of the organization dictates. Infrastructure. We as an organization determine whether we want new infrastructure, but as soon as we have the infrastructure there, we are pretty much bound by it, and then we are bound by it in terms of the maintenance and the upkeep of those infrastructure and facilities. And the demand is also something that's not really controlled by us as an organization, and that is usually something that is created as the public demands more services from us. And also another final item there is on the legislation, and that is also no control that we really as an organization have, and that for us the biggest one is probably the environmental legislations that we have to contend with on a day-to-day basis, and as we move forward from utilities, even on public works, and as on some of the other activities that we as an organization have, as to how we have to contend with it in environmental changes and requirements. When I prepared the pre-budget discussion documents this year, the thought that I had was to maybe see if there's a way that we can look at revenue in a different way, and I was able to find quite useful information on the Municipal Affairs website, and I decided to include these for council's benefit. And the way that Municipal Affairs looks at it is they do an analysis based on a per capita rationale on it. So when you look at the changes in terms of the municipal taxes and other revenues that we as an organization have generated, when you look at the, let's say, for instance, I'm going to use 2012 because you'll see most of the documents being used in the year. When I go and look at the history, I started 2012 and therefore, 2012 till now is then more or less the number, the reference guide that I've been using, to look at the data. So when we look at the net municipal taxes, you will see that in 2012 we were sitting at per capita 2,813, and in 2022 the number is 3,829. So the change, so that number now for 2022, what I decided to do with that number, because if when you look at the information just as it is easy to get a misunderstanding of the information when you don't eliminate, inflation, for instance. So the inflationary adjustment on the 2022 number, using the 2012 number, the inflation change from 2012 to 2022, then we look at that number, then it gets adjusted to 3,056, which means our assessment in terms of dollar value or time value of money only increased by 9%. Now, our expenses per capita, by default, we as an organization, one of our biggest operating expenses is salaries and wages, which easily makes up about between 40 and 45% of our general operating expenditures. Now, the salaries and wages, when you look at it from 2012, when the number is 1,037 per capita, and then in 2022, it's close to $1,700 per capita. So, however, again, removing inflation out of that, then the real increase that has occurred is 36%. So therefore, when we look at that, then remember, although that number then would basically represent the increased employees on a very high level view on it. And the other significant item there is on the amortization of capital assets per cost per capita. The increase then, when I look at 2012 and just use then the average of about 700 there, and then apply it to the 2022 number where we are today, we can see that there's an increase of 30%. So therefore, we can assume that the increase that we have in terms of our assets or TCA assets within the organization on a period from 2012 to now, effectively increased by 30%.
So is that actual increase in capital assets, or is that market value increase as well?
The market value increase, that is where I take the inflationary adjustment out. So in other words, to eliminate the largest component of the market value changes, it doesn't give it, but it's not an exact calculation, but it's a high-level overview calculation, and there's so it's a general interpretation of that number.
So roughly, it's the actual increase in physical capital assets.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
So the increase would then can change anything from a gravel road that has been converted to pavement and so on. And when you think of some other infrastructure that is increased in the county over the past 11 years, you will see that number. So also, it does not just mean physical infrastructure like buildings and so on, or roads. It also refers to or includes movable assets like machinery, equipment, and so on. The next slide is looking at the per capita movement that has occurred per function area. The So the biggest one in there, what we see is clearly on the transportation per capita. Transportation has basically from the beginning of the organization been the biggest expense, for us as an organization.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, I'm not sure why that made that lovely noise. Just before we go to the transportation per capita, the general government per capita jumped significantly in 2020 to between 20 and 21. Can you give us an explanation for that? And then it's dipped a little bit, but it still stayed relatively high.
100%. I would say probably the biggest flaw, if I can make mention a flaw in terms of this analysis from the province, is that that is then the full administrative component that's included in there, and that would then include payments that we've made, for instance, to the city, the payments that we've made for the contributions to the highways.
ICFs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it skews the picture, unfortunately, quite a bit. So, for future analysis, this would be valuable when those numbers can be eliminated and we can get a more true picture as to what is going on.
So, okay, I can understand that for 2021, but nothing really changed in 2022 other than I guess we had a one-time. Do we have a one-time payment to the city? Yeah, is that where the difference why there's a reduction?
I believe we still also have the payments in there, for the contributions for the highways, because it doesn't go through as a let's say transportation value to the county. It would be then as
About $3 million
grant.
that we're putting towards Highway 40.
Yeah, those kind of things will also be included in.
But those should be in subsequent years, right? Because we're making them over 3 years, so it should be 2021 and 2022 should reflect the same amount. So I get that's where I'm asking: is it doubled between 2020 to 2021, and then it went down by
400.
Yeah.
Three
Yeah.
three and change.
Okay, but going into 2023, we should still see it somewhere in that whatever.
Because we still have one
1.1.
more payment coming out, the final payment for
Yeah.
Highway 40, right? So
Yeah, I
that
believe
piece will be there.
100%. Like I've mentioned, but with us not taking out those numbers, as Councillor Beaupre has clearly indicated there, it does skew the picture, and and more value would be then for us when we look at this, if we can eliminate those numbers out to get a better understanding as to what has occurred there. Because just using, looking at the number as it is from 2012 to 2022 on that number itself, taking out the inflation component of, let's say, full cumulative for that period of 25%, when we're going to be sitting, looking at that number on its own, then it will show, like 230% increase in that number. However, what is included in that number is as well is the increase in terms of the administrative function that we as an organization also fulfills, where some of our increases has occurred. But again, skewed as it is, and the true reflection that I can give to council, I cannot.
Okay. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Chairman. So you said you were going to be taking some of these numbers out for the future. Will you just be reclassifying them and putting them into a different position so we still see them somehow?
Yes, I will do that. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the numbers all tie back to to these documents and to our financial statements. Thank you. The other two items there that I just want to maybe point out is on terms of the the protective services. Again, eliminating the inflationary component, and again, it's a generalization approach. So the 25% in cumulative inflationary increase from 2012 to now on the protective services means that number on its own increased by 20% on its own, and that we've seen is quite reflective, and working with the fire department, that is probably one of the biggest contributor to that specific line. The next one, the green or the transportation component. What I did was, in terms of the transportation component, is I looked at the length of roads that we had in 2012 and the road lengths that we had at the end of 2022. Eliminate the inflation component out of it again, and then looking at the change and eliminating the change in the roads from 2012 to 2022, and then see, okay, obviously if our roads increase, lengths of roads increase and so on, we would expect increases. So so all in all, doing that, then there's only about 3% increase in public works costs associated, because everything else, increase in roads and so on, I've eliminated out of it. So only 3%. And so therefore, you can easily say that our expenditures in terms of public works from 2012 to now has been fairly in line, and there's no real abnormalities that would stand out in any way. In terms of levels of service is something that is part of Council's strategic plan. It is something that we as an organisation are working on. A template in terms of how we're going to assess the levels of service has been developed and sent out to all managers. Where the services that's being rendered and so forth is going to be analysed, so that we at least can have a very detailed inventory of the services that we do provide as an organisation, and then have a look at that and make an assessment in terms of value for money component associated with those services. However, for the purposes of this budget, we again said we want to make sure that we maintain current levels of service with only inflationary and demand increases. We want to make sure that when we look at our infrastructure, we're going to be maintenance and repair and replace. Basically, that's going to happen on that side. And then the increase in services and infrastructure to be supported by business cases and business plans of the departments. On that specific component, just to mention to Council, I think we did have a brief discussion on it during the previous Council meeting in terms of our budget policy. What we as an organisation will be doing going forward is that all business cases have to be supported with the business plan. The business plans have to be tied back to Council's strategic plan. So in other words, when we present information to Council going forward, we will be much more stronger case for supporting that number, and also be able to see if something is a nice to have, and or does it really fit back into Council's strategic plan and approach going forward.
So just with regards to this whole thing, I know the one discussion we had, or I had, I think other councils were there with Julia as well, is around understanding as we increase population, that level of service that we currently have, to maintain that, we have to increase our resources to maintain that current level. So I've never seen that in the business cases in the past. So especially around employees, or even, I mean, some of the equipment makes sense because we've increased the amount of pavement, so we need to have more plow trucks. So there's a threshold where we can have 4 until we reach this point, then we need to go to 5 trucks and so on. But then around staff, and that supports the staff piece of it. But a lot of the other components, we haven't really seen that in the past. So helping us understand that when we see all the employee asks, build that into those business case arguments to show that, okay, as we increase our population, there's this demand also increases, and if we're going to maintain that, we have to do this. But the other challenge I would put back out to our staff is it doesn't always have to be personnel. Is there technology out there that could change how we do things? Or are there efficiencies and different ways of doing that, innovative thought processes around how we deliver those services so that we don't always have to increase our costs, and maybe we can see cost savings in the future around that. So
100%. If I can respond quickly to Mr. Chair's question there. What it is something that our CEO emphasized to us when we present business cases, and especially when it relates to employees, to substantiate it much better with stronger calculations and rationale to say. But if I can use an example, when the assessment department, I think a couple of years ago, came forward and they indicated to us that they need an additional assessor. They were required then to give us the statistics in terms of the number of assessments that are there, the actual numbers, so that we can see, okay, so you had let's say, for instance, 10,000, now you're doing 12,000, so therefore there's a 20% increase, so therefore that would make sense. A lot of the points or topics that we will sometimes get, and we have to change the thought process as well with the staff and managers, is when something is said that well, they have it, so we should have it. So it's where it's not really supported with with a strong business case, and it's more based on a comparative basis and not real logic behind that aspect itself. Also contributing to also a factor to consider in there is that when we present employee needs to council, sometimes it is also based in terms of the employee workload. If someone is full capacity, then that position may have always been understaffed. When I say always been understaffed, let's say the past few years been understaffed, and when the new employee need is being presented to council, it is basically just to bring that workload into balance as to what is expected from that position. But yes, I do agree that we should be much more thoughtful in terms of how we do it, and give council statistics, because you don't work on a day-to-day basis within an organization, and we have to present information to you that makes logical sense.
I do have some questions for you, Mark. Councillor Peterson.
So my first point was on the demand. You said as it goes up, demand. So, and it's pretty logical, certain things are tied to population. That goes up, we have more demand, right? But lots of things aren't. Demand can come in different ways, so what I would like to see is that we measure that demand somehow, or prove that demand somehow, and it isn't always just population. What's the real driver? Like for instance, we need more graders when we have a whole bunch more road, that's more of a driver than the population. Population is a contributor to that, but what are the real drivers on that demand, and what's the proof that there is demand more than a feeling, right? And I think that's what you're talking about.
100%.
I hope it is, correct?
100%. Just to further to Councillor Peterson's point on it is, in terms of the levels of service, some discussions that I've had was with Public Works, Linda, for instance, and asked the question. So in the past 11 years or 15 years that she has been involved in Public Works, what has changed? Did we really get that much, that many more roads? Did your graders numbers increase? So in other words, if our roads stayed more or less the same, but the grader numbers increased, it means that either we increased our level of service because now we grade the roads more often, or some other need may have been arisen for that, to indicate that. And it's analyzing those changes and get a better understanding as to what really has changed in terms of levels of service. So fully agree with Councillor Peterson. Also, it is not always something that is measurable in terms of, let's say, the roads, for instance. If I can use one example, and if Carol don't mind if I use this example, is in terms of the legislative services. Legislative services, their expectation from council and from administration, it has increased in terms of what is expected from them. Additional committees has been created and so forth, and they have to then attend with these additional committees. But again, we'll be able to give some indication as to where they need increased and do almost a calculation where we can present it then to council.
So just before, or sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead. We're still on.
So, my next question is, you talked about when somebody's at full capacity, an employee is at full capacity. So how do you measure full capacity?
100%. The full capacity on an employee is also it's something that is quite difficult, to establish on a. It is a full capacity in terms of, let's say, for instance, some of that process of invoices and accounts payable. It's easy to see when the number of invoices that's being processed on a day, let's say 70. I think that's what we, from the last information that I have, is about 70 invoices per day. The workload that's associated with that, and then as that number then, when you see that the tasks that an employee has to perform on a specific invoice, where it has to go through verifications and so on, and you can see that they barely get to that, and and then there's a constant need for overtime, as well. Then there's clearly something wrong, and that's where we investigate and see, because it's always not, it's not always volume based. Sometimes some employees can run 100 meters in 10 seconds, and some will do it in 15. So it's sometimes on the employee itself as well, and therefore efficiencies in terms of processes is important, and also in terms of the individual is also important to assess.
So, yeah, the efficiency of someone, there could be quite a difference, but must be a level that we accept of efficiency.
100%. The one of the very good example that I can give council is again on the accounts payable approach that we've something that we've seen in the past couple of years here, is that because of the volume of work that's needed within that function. When we get staff that, so there are 3 individuals currently in accounts payable that works through the invoices, and they work on a general pace which is fairly similar to one another. So it's a high pace, and with a high degree of accuracy. When we had new staff joining the team, some of them, it became very evident that they were not able to keep up with the pace, because our organization is big, and the expectation is quite high. Also, then you look at the chain of the reactions. So in other words, transactions will start at the front desk, at the ladies that the processing payments and so on, goes through to the cash control in terms of the batch applications, bank reconciliations, accounts payable, and so on out. If there's any slow individual in that process, a bottleneck occurs, and then then at that point we identify what is needed in terms of that and so forth, and that's where we then either rectify it ourselves, and in some cases the individual will clearly indicate that this is above what they can deliver, and then often resigns themselves as well.
Okay. So the only other comment I wanted to make is on business cases. And last year, one of the things that I seen and asked for an improvement was in the when we're considering this person, where are they going to sit? Where are they going to work from? That has to be a consideration, and the cost of the equipment for that person. So what I seen last year is we had costs in there, And then a month or two later, we get an ask for a bunch more money for the same people. So, you know, I think that there wasn't good work put into that to tell us what it was going to cost in the beginning, you
Full
know,
cost.
so,
100%.
I'd like to see that improvement this year. Thanks.
100%. It's when I think back on to, I just started at municipal government, and there was a councillor at one of the early municipalities, and he quite often hammered, you know, the point to say when you know, when we would go forward and present a need for a piece of equipment, he would always say, you're going to need an operator for that, and so on, you know, and build the full cost associated with it, and yeah, it stuck. So yes. And maybe further to Councillor Peterson's you know, point in terms of business cases, something that that has been identified with us within the, you know, the senior management group and on the management manager level is to say that when we present a business case to council for approval, sufficient vetting has occurred to that point already. We, as the management group of the organization, know the day-to-day operations of this organization. It is our responsibility to be very critical in terms of the business cases that's being presented to us. And when it comes to council, it must almost be a slam dunk situation, because the support that's going to be presented then to council would be then basically from the whole senior management group that when we present it to council. And yes, it is something that we've identified that we want to improve, and I know Julia has also pointed that out to us as well, and even the managers has indicated to us.
Okay, I have Councillor Beaupre.
Well, thank you. I guess maybe I might be getting a little ahead of myself because the next is funding options, things like that. But the comment I want to make is that the county as a whole is in a very enviable position as far as finances. So it's always easy to spend money when you got money. And when we haven't got money, we'll be looking for sources of revenue for it. And typically our sources of revenue are going to the government and asking for sporadic grants versus the LGFF or whatever they want to call it now, or raising the mill rate. So I guess my comment would be to administration, when we're doing these business cases, I think there should be some sort of a component as well that stays for innovation about how to raise revenue in some of these respects. Because I think there's an opportunity as well. We have an economic development department that we give funds to with the expectation that hopefully that's going to come back to us as a return on investment. And I think even each department, there's an opportunity within that to think outside the box. And we've got some very brilliant minds in our organization. And I think we haven't tapped into a lot of them. So I think we should consider that in the future as well.
100%, Councillor Beaupre. It is innovative ways in terms of how we do things is probably going to, it is something that is being looked at, and you know, and often Ryan will maybe echo this point, is when some changes would be made, you know, often the point is raised to say, but we've always done it this way. And it's you know, changing mindset of the staff, changing mindset of the you know, senior management group of ourselves as well, is essential to ensure that we keep up with the times and become more efficient and really look and you know, value of service to the residents at the end of the day. Because every dollar that we spend, I believe we have to ask ourselves the question, what benefit does this have to the resident? And if there's no real benefit that we can see that's coming to the residents, because we are spending their money, it is not ours, and we have to ask that question. And if there's no clear indication of what the benefit is to them, then we should rethink the need that we present in terms of spending those funds.
Okay. Councillor Peterson. I'm sorry, Brian.
So I just want to reply to your comment. You said that you guys know your business and you know, when you've vetted these needs, and So I trust that's true. I do. But it's my job to verify. And so you need to be able to present in a business case how you got to that point. So if it's full capacity, what determined that full capacity? Was it the fact that they're supposed to do 75 invoices per person and we're now feeding them 85? That's some type of information, that's my point. So it isn't, my job is to trust but verify. And so I need something in a business case that I can verify, is what I'm saying. So I do trust you.
Yes, Councillor Peterson, I fully agree with you. I do not expect to present information to you to say, just trust us. If we should be able to show you with. Yes, but thank you for the point again.
Yeah. So just a couple of comments on that. And one was around when you talked about increase in staff's time, any ledge services committees and stuff. And one thing I think this comes back on council as well, and I've asked this from administration in the past. Anytime we make a motion, we put more demand on our administration. But what I don't see in the RFDs is what level of increase is that? Does that mean we're also all of a sudden reaching the capacity of that individual when we start doing that? Or is something going to take a backseat because we put this as a priority now within what is there? So that's one thing I don't see within the RFDs, because every time we make a motion here, that provides direction to our administration that you have to do some more. So do we have capacity to do that, or is something taking a backseat? But we never see that in the RFD. You see, is this going to increase costs, or is this going to increase whatever within budget lines and stuff? But we never see that aspect of it. So it would be nice to understand that, because if we know that, okay, we're getting to capacity on this department, and then when we get to budget and we see that ask, we have that understanding going in, versus in the past, it's always been, holy crap, we've got 20 some bodies they're asking for. What the hell is going on? So it helps prep us, and goes back to Councillor Peterson's point around you guys have to vet it, but we also have to understand it so that we can present it to our ratepayers when we get asked those questions. If we have a better understanding and we get asked those questions by our ratepayers, then we can justify it. We can, especially if we're supporting it here, because we have to make that motion at council here. So good, strong arguments, good information, so that we understand and we can go back to our ratepayers and say, hey, when they ask those questions, we can have a rational conversation with them and explain it to them. Hopefully they understand, it may or may not. So I do have Councillor Peterson here.
So this comment may not even be applying to budget, it may be more operational, but when we do put things onto your plates, all of you, if we're starting to fill the plate, you should tell us then. And then we can together decide what we're taking off the plate, or if we can, because sometimes some of the things that you may be working on have got to be a lower priority, or maybe not even a priority anymore, so if we're starting to get you to capacity, let us know. That's what I comment.
Thank you for that, Councillor Peterson. Yes, the staff often, I will get a comment when there's a request that we have to do either from council or other departments and so on. A question would be asked, where must we get the time to do this? And yes, it is something that we have to be more cognizant of when we present information then to council.
Okay, carry on, Mark.
Thank you. Now, the funding options is obviously what we have to look at when we going to incur this, give the services to the residents. In terms of, so basically the funding options, the way that I see it is what is the present, the past, and the future. Council have seen something similar to this before. So in terms of what can we do today is, the one thing that we can is in terms of taxation, user fees, and then also grants that is on a present basis. The past is the reserves that has been built up over the years that's there. And then in terms of future, it's going to be related to debt itself. So in other words, those incur the cost today will be paid off in the future and so on. So that's just a very brief look at that component.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is that on the basis or the premises that, in the past, we've been putting money into reserves to fully fund something in the future? So on today's taxpayers' dollars, their taxation is going to 100% fund a new administration building. Like, so in the future, when it's replaced, those individuals that are being taxed at that time are not paying the same as what the taxpayers of today are. Like, I know we've had this conversation in the past that, what percentage of money we put in reserves to replace things may be at a detriment to the taxpayers of today. So there should be some responsibility of future taxpayers to pay for something as well, not just the present taxpayers.
Which service is being paid for by the current user, or is it being paid by a past user or a future user?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And so that's this conversation about future funding options, debt limits and future payments. That takes that into consideration. Is that right?
That is correct, Councillor Beaupre. When we get to the reserve component and the debt component of this presentation, exactly what you've mentioned now will be then emphasized, and you'll see what the way that that we're going to start looking at it, and taking that approach as to what we should do, and to ensure that the residents of today don't pay for benefit for the residents of the future, to a disproportionate component to it, because there will always be a little bit of it.
Okay, carry on, Mark.
Thank you. Next. In terms of the funding options, again, we must look at terms of what we control and what we don't control. What we do control in terms of funding options, in terms of the taxation, is the mill rates. What we do not control is the assessment itself, user fees, the percentage of recovery, and what we again not control is the number of users. And this is a topic that's very, very relevant now, especially in terms of the water and wastewater talks that council had and the committees, in terms of looking at those numbers, and where we can see, the number of a big number of users reduces the cost. Small number of users has a very higher cost associated per user component. In terms of grants, what we do control is when council and the CEO has a very good relationship with municipal government, with the ministers and so on, and then you'll be able to do some lobbying and for us to get those grants. Also then grants that do gets announced, which is general, where this lobbying really doesn't make that big a role, is the non-control component. In terms of reserves, what we do control is how much we put into the reserves. What we do not control is when there's an emergency that is that's occurring, exactly like we've had now recently with a fire, where we had to use our funds to mitigate that. And in terms of debt, the debt we control when we take on new debt. We do not control the debt that's already there, because we're locked in for X amount of period, X amount of years, up to 20 years in some cases. And then also the interest rates is set by the let's say the banks itself. And then also our debt limit is regulated, and we don't really control that too much. So it's set by the government as to how much debt we can incur. Just looking a little bit more detail in terms of the funding options, I'll run through these very quickly. Taxation is the mill rates. And again, council is aware of the 5-to-1 ratio that is regulated in terms of the non-residential to residential mill rates. The user fees is again the recovery, and the policy that we have to met, to work on that is the fee schedule. On the grants, lobbying, and there's no policy really set about that. In terms of the reserves, the saving, and we have the reserve policy itself. And in terms of debt, we don't really have a policy in terms of when we should incur new debt. I will present some later to council a philosophy that we would like to implement in terms of when we do take on new debt in the future.
Councillor Beaupre?
So I heard you use the word philosophy. Would it be something that council would, or internally administration would be like standard operating process or policy, standard operating policy more so? Because your philosophy, if it's your philosophy and you're here today and you're gone next week and somebody else's philosophy to change that. So council's working off your philosophy until there's a change in that position. So, a policy or a standard operating procedure, I think, is probably better than a philosophy.
That's right. What we will be doing is we'll be, the aim is to have a directive in terms of as to how we look at it in terms of the new debt going forward. And then, yes, fully agree, Councillor Beaupre. If I just use my own philosophy and I take it with me when I leave, there's going to be zero value to to the organisation and to the residents itself. Next slide, please. The assessment indexation, I'm not going to spend too much time on these slides because these slides council has seen in the past. Council can then clearly also see the changes that we've had in terms of the assessments. Again, there maybe just something always to be cognizant of is on the residential assessment base there. Our residential assessment is close to 50% of our total assessment, with the remainder being made up with linear machinery equipment and non-residential. Next slide, please. This slide, I unfortunately did not update for today's years, but this gives council a very brief indication as to the increases that we've had in terms of the residential and the commercial over the past, let's say, 12 years at least.
No, Councillor Beaupre, go ahead.
Sorry, it's to the next slide under taxes versus costs. So I'll wait till.
Go ahead, Mark. He wants to, it's on, her question's on the municipal taxes and you haven't gone there yet, so.
It's on the, yeah.
She's waiting for you.
No, jumping in the line, I see. So on the taxes, here, what we all see is now the impact on the taxes after we have applied the county's mill rates, and where the residential assessment was close to 50% on the previous slides. You'll see that it now drops down to about 20% of the total tax revenue for the municipality. So yes, there's the ratio is different, but again, a large component of that is coming from our linear and our DIP properties and so on, where those large increase in tax contributions are coming from, and you can the return back to the linear isn't really there, so it has to go to the to the residents in the largest component to it. So it would still make sense.
Go ahead, Leon.
So, and the next slide shows you taxes versus costs. And my question was, with, like farmland and linear, you know, the expenditures are polar opposites, right? Farmland, there's a fair amount of expenditures. Linear, there's not, versus the assessment and the tax rate. Just wondering if, the expenditures were allocated to linear for road development, because a lot of linear is associated with oil and gas, and they need roads to get to wherever they're going to check wells and things like that. So, or pipelines, I should say, or risers or pumps or whatever. So I was wondering how those costs were associated, because I'm not sure if that's a true reflective cost associated for linear.
100% right. I would agree with you, Councillor Beaupre. It's when we look at the roads, we would say who's probably going to be the biggest beneficiary to that. And in terms of the the linear, one of the biggest components within the linear is pipelines. For instance, and the use of the on the pipelines itself. It's question as to what real value going forward in terms of those pipelines is associated with that, and then also in terms of the wells itself. Yes, I fully agree that there's a significant benefit that those companies do have in terms of our roads, and to split it out on a meaningful way is going to be quite difficult to do.
The reason I bring that up is we as an organization, especially the elected, are always advocating to government why our linear costs should not, or why our linear assessments should not be reduced, whether it's the AYMs or whatever, how they look at reducing that linear money that comes to the counties and municipalities. This graph, unfortunately, gives them the information that they need. So I appreciate that it's difficult, but I think we should have some formula that actually identifies that a large percentage of our budget line for public works, for example, is allocated to roads regardless, and any rural road potentially could have a pipeline associated to it. So that it's more reflective, so that when we are lobbying government to leave our linear assessment alone or increase it or such, or be able to tell them with LGFF, this is why we need more funding. And they say to us, well, not really. You've got lots of linear assessment with very little expenses associated with it. That we have that, we're armed with the information that we need.
Thank you, Councillor Beaupre. Yes, I really appreciate this comment that you made, and what I will do, in the next year or so is work with Ryan and his team, and to get a much better understanding in terms of this, and see how we can then either combine the two, then to say, if it's difficult to distinguish, then at least what we should do then is combine those two aspects of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just before I go to Councillor Peterson, just to build on that, what I'm seeing in my area, when I get calls, the 80% of the calls typically I get is because of oil field activity on the roads and what pressure they're putting on it. I know we have expectations around them doing maintenance and stuff on it as well, but there's still a lot of extra costs for us to go in, because we then typically are looking at having to upgrade, no different than Range Road 85. The reason it got paved was because of the traffic on it, which was primarily oil field traffic. Before that, we were down in the 200 to 300 count. After the activity down there, we were up into close to 1,000 vehicle movements per day, and mainly heavy traffic. So those type of things are, I think, what we need to pull out, or as you said, combine and stuff. So I'll go to Councillor Peterson next.
So, yeah, I want to support Leanne and Bob here. I think that there's a lot of usage by oil field and on our roads. And I'll go back to some history for me working on the fire department. Yeah, and because I'm so old, I did it for so long, that I kind of got a view of how things developed over time. And the one thing that I seen on the fire department was our amount of big truck accidents. was zero when I started, or so near zero that was insignificant. That's not the case anymore. And the amount of oil field accidents, it even impacts our emergency services and stuff like that that we pay for, you know, all this social things that we provide. A lot of that is driven by the same group of people, and not that that's wrong or bad or anything, but it needs to be considered when considering costs in some way, at least throw a percentage at it or something, because there is a huge impact. And the amount of big trucks that was on the roads in the 70s compared to today. I was in Valhalla at a traffic stop one night for an accident. And I was walking along telling people how long they could expect to wait. And it was 90% big trucks, you know, and in the 70s, it would have been 5% probably, you know, so it is a big change in lots of places.
Yeah, and just to add to that too, before I go to Councillor Beaupre, I think in the past, when the county was formed, it was primarily agrarian. There wasn't a lot of the other activity around, and most of the roads were built around handling those 2-ton grain trucks and stuff. So it was primarily for the agricultural use, but things have changed. And I mean, I think all we're saying is perception wise, this graph doesn't represent the change that's happened from where it was to where it currently is now. Councillor Beaupre.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Peter. And I think that's a really good point, that it's not just the Public Works Department that's affected by, you know, it's each of the departments have a percentage of their expenditures probably will be associated with somewhat with the activity that happens with regards to the assessment for linear as well. So it might be a bit of a process, but it certainly helps us when we're trying to defend and justify what we need the linear assessment for.
Okay. Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. The next slide, please. This is just a very quick indication to council. You know, our mill rates has stayed very stable over the past few years, and ultimately, if we can achieve this going forward, we will do our best to ensure that you know, we do not increase the mill rates when it's not necessary. However, over time, and as needs change, there might be some changes, but again, on an annual basis, we will definitely look at this, and some discussions will be on this point as we further this presentation.
Councillor Chronic.
Thank you. Just in regards to this, like it's been fairly flat for a long time. Not to get in trouble, but at the same point, some stages it's going to have to increase regardless, is it not? For, you know, for the residential and the farmland, it's going to have to increase just to meet our wants, so to speak.
The only reason why you would really see a need for the mill rate increases would be firstly, if your inflationary adjustments that you would have on your revenue stream, so in other words, on the assessment side, is not in line with your with the increases that you have on an inflationary basis in terms of the expense lines. And then also in terms of if the levels of service have changed, if we increase our levels of service, then by default, it would make sense that, you know, levels of service per capita, let's say, or per resident increases, then yes, then the mill rate then has to be adjusted to, you know, to compensate for that shortfall that has been created due to these two changes that has occurred.
So are we not already in that position of our level of services has been asked for to be increased due to the population increase basically and everywhere? Because I mean, level of service to me is, you know, like we talked about buying a grader to increase our level of service is really what that's for, so that we can do a quicker, better job, etc., for the population increase in the rural and anywhere. So at some stage, we're going to be still hit with the same thing, that the cost will have to go up at some stage. And all my question is going forward, is it wise to leave it to all of a sudden we have to have a huge increase? Or is
Yes.
a minimal increase at incremental, so to speak, better than, just jumping on and saying, hey, you guys all want this, this is what's gonna cost. And by that time, it's astronomical jump in one sense or another, right?
100% Councillor Brennick, it's that's the reason why we when we look at our cash needs, we try and look at it from a longer term basis, so that we do not have these surprises that we have to present to council, and that you then have to go and present to the ratepayers, and have people that are unhappy and put them in difficult financial situations that, if with proper planning, and could have been prevented to a large extent, or softened to a large extent as well.
Yeah, and I'm not in favor of increasing them. It's not that. It's just that if it's inevitable, as you'd said, softening the blow is probably a thought process.
Great.
Councillor Peterson.
So it's my understanding that that our assessments would go up by inflation as well as our expenses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So,
I'll give council a little bit later. I'll show you the examples as to how the assessment changes with inflation. We will be looking at inflation as on an expense basis, and then also in terms of the let's say the inflation component in terms of the revenue side as well.
also, as we increase with population, we should be increasing assessment value as well, correct? General rule.
Total assessment value, yes. Just on on the point that that Councillor Peterson has made in terms of the increase in population, as the population increases, a lot of our let's say services that we deliver or infrastructure that we have, the cost per capita then decreases. In other words, if we have if I can use the Sportsplex as an example, when the population is of such a level that the Sportsplex is going to be used on a full capacity basis, then obviously the cost that we have to run that facility per person that's using it decreases significantly, and so on. So there's we've built it, now we have to wait for them to come so that the cost per unit can reduce basically. So yes, some variations are not everything is linear.
That's good. Thanks, Mark.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide, what I have here for council is that I had a discussion with Municipal Affairs to get a better understanding in terms of the the municipalities that we can compare ourselves with. The basis of how they give an index number, which is then the number that we'll then use to see which municipalities fall within our index, is then the comparative. However, it's not always the most logical way of doing it, because ratios in terms of establishing what is more comparative to us is also important, and not just purely your assessment, size of assessment and certain kind of other things as well. But nonetheless, this slide, I'll explain to council the following. The index number that the province have for the county of Grand Prairie is 109. What we then can do is to get the municipalities that's similar to us, we can set the index variance there. So in other words, what I've done for the purposes of getting the closer comparatives, I've set the index variable on 5. So in other words, it will look then for all municipalities with the index number as determined by the province, from ours 5 up and 5 down. And then in that range would then be the municipalities that we can, that according to the province's methodology is comparable to us. But I'm sure as council looks at this and have a good understanding in terms of the other municipalities or the counties throughout the province, you would feel that some of these comparatives that has been set by the province are probably not so comparative, if I can use that those terms. So it has to be taken with a grain of salt, and we have to look at the ones that we believe is ones that we really can compare ourselves against, and use that then as our benchmark as we move forward. Examples that I can use then to say where it would make sense then, for instance, would be, let's say, Red Deer, Sturgeon County, maybe Strathcona County as well. Certain ones that will look at the size of our, the city that's here with us, the size of, our linear base, our farmland, what's the ratios between those, those itself, and so on. Then get a full and better understanding in terms of how do we compare one to the other and where do we sit on that scale.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, just looking for understanding, how does the municipal index, how do they describe the municipal index? How do you become 109?
The number that they have is they will get to a starting point at one municipality, and they will say these are the ones, and then they will add in different items in terms of, let's say, the assessment, size of the assessment, composition of the assessment, and so on. I will be able to give council maybe at a later stage maybe a write-up and to explain that a little bit more detail, but to give a full and valuable answer here, but I would not be able to.
Because when I'm looking at the other comparators, like Clearwater County, for example, as our other comparator, would not have the same urban population or population in total, right? And that's why I wondered about that. Whereas some of our other comparators are the ones that we'd probably more align with would be Strathcona County, because they have the same urban rural mix population, things like that. They have farmland as well, but they have a lot of industrial activity. And if you look at them, they're down at 112 versus 109. So I was just looking for understanding.
100%. When I had the discussion with the province and they indicated to me, the way that they're doing it, like I say, the one thing that basically stood out for me was the fact that the information is not really looked at in terms of ratios, and for me, ratios is basically the backbone in terms of analysis, because just comparing one, individual line items on its own has some value, but the real values in terms of ratios where those things are sitting.
Councillor Peterson.
I was just going to say the same thing as Leanne. I looked up a map of Clearwater County. About 25% of Clearwater County is populated. The rest is virtually forest land and oil field, so I don't quite get how the comparison comes through. And if we look at the most expensive thing on our budget lines, Ryan, he spends all our money. And, but our county is populated comparatively, for probably 85 or 90% of the county. Hard thing to compare there, I think.
And I think that's what Director Chonkin was saying, like, he was given what the province has, and it doesn't justify what's on. We have to be a little more cognizant of what we actually compare to. Julia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. So I believe that those municipal indexes haven't been updated. They were set a long time ago and they don't change, or I didn't think they change, unless I'm wrong.
From what I understand is they update these on an annual basis in terms of the numbers that's going through. So,
Really?
So the index that what they do now is the index would be indicated per year. So these index numbers are based on the 2021 numbers, and I think the 2022 index numbers will soon be or is available now as soon as all the FIR information is in the system.
Okay,
Obviously,
sorry, I
of
guess
it.
I'm wrong. I thought that they're so outdated, but I wouldn't be surprised that many of those were set with not, in-depth thought in mind, so.
Yeah. This is a good red tape reduction, get rid of it out of the system because it doesn't really show any value. I mean, this chart shows that there's not, it's not a true comparative that we can use as a municipality.
That's right. I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do want to mention that there's quite a bit of value in terms of these statistical information that's being provided by the province. Even with this, it does give an opportunity to select 20 items where we can say, let's say 7 out of that 20 is real value. It does decrease the search area, if I can put it that way.
Well, they need to change the formula, how they calculate this index to make it more relevant.
Agreed.
So carry on, Mark.
Next slide, please. Now, this information or this slide and the next one is to give council an indication as to where I see and we as administration see where we are, in terms of real balanced budget going forward. The numbers on its own is not so much value, it's a reference, so give council an indication. So on this slide you see, council can see that in terms of our operating revenue and operating expenditure, it gives us at the end of the year, and I've used 2024 as the example year for this, and we basically then have $20 million that's available after all operating expenditures has been paid from our operating revenues. Next slide, please. So these are the capital items that then has to be added to that operating surplus that we've had in terms of the revenue and expenses, and adding in some items that we know, like the government grants. Then also the debenture payments that we have for just over 6 million, and then the local improvement tax that that's being added back in there. Then it means that after all these items, what we really have available on an annual basis, if nothing else changes, is about close to $19 million, for all capital related items. So this would include everything. The comparative number that I then applied to this is on our annual amortization, and our annual amortization council can see is 28 million. So on just on these two lines that you can see that there's already a discrepancy of about $10 million if we follow this approach going forward. However, on the amortization number itself, as you will all know that when we construct a road, for instance, a gravel road, the first year that road is constructed, a significant amount of cost is incurred into that. Now, when we repair and do maintenance on that road going forward, in terms of, let's say, the end of its useful life, in terms of how we calculate the useful life in terms of amortization, we don't build those road from scratch again. We will be, there will be some grading, additional gravel maybe put on there and so on. So the cost input at that time is quite a bit less than what the cost input would have been, from at the beginning stage. And Brian is unfortunately not here, but I mean, he would have been able to give council a very good feel for it. But let's say if it's a 50% basis, then you can see that there's a little bit of disconnect there. But so don't get too focused on that number. But essentially, that's what it is. What is also important, and I unfortunately didn't include it in this slide, is when we get to the reserves, council will see that there's an amount that I've calculated that we have to transfer on an annual basis to our reserves based on future cash flows anticipations that we have to have, and that number is just over 22 million. So in other words, just on the future cash flows that we have for the county, 22 million is the number that we have to hit to maintain our reserve levels. If all is equal and we are optimal levels, that is the number that we have to have. And then looking at this number, you can see that we are $4 million then a differential on just on that number. So that doesn't include any new infrastructure any new infrastructure or debt that the county will incur going forward. But much more detail will be discussed in the reserve discussions as we go forward.
Councillor Peterson.
So Mark, we use the example of a road and you know, it doesn't cost as much to relife the road. But if we use the example of a facility that at the end of the life, it actually costs a lot to get rid of it, is that considered as well?
That is. The facilities on its own, when we look at, let's say, for instance, the public workshop, if I can use that as an example, when we look at the remaining life that we have according to our amortization schedules, the dollar amount that we have in there for, let's say, repair or replacement, because we won't replace that old building as it is within the next 10 years. However, that number is in there, and it is the number that we have in there, I think from what I can remember closely, is about $9 million. And it is extremely unlikely that we will be in a situation where we will be spending that kind of money just to repair it and maintain it back to the on a useful life going forward again. So yes, you cannot use one example for all, but essentially that's there are some variation in that number.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. So if council, I'm asking, council might want to keep this number in mind because as we go further to the reserve discussions, it may have some value to you and might be useful to refer back to this.
Yeah, we'll actually recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 11:30. So carry on, Director Schonken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next area that we're going to be moving into is the reserves. And so on the reserves itself, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, what's the purpose of the reserves? So the first one is to ensure financial stabilization. This is then to ensure that we can mitigate risks, and these risks would then be associated with either our revenue or expenses. We want to ensure that we have cash flow smoothing, so that we don't have spikes in, 1 year change the tax rates and then next year drop down, change again. So in other words, have stability. Reserves then can also then be used to fund larger capital projects. Larger capital projects then can be either replacing existing ones, or as Councillor Beaupre has indicated, what are we going to do in terms of when we're saving for larger capital projects where the current rate base pay for a benefit for a future rate base. We also use reserves to reduce our dependency on debentures. And then lastly, one of the spin-offs of reserves is the investment income that we do get, but essentially it is not the purpose of the reserves, but more a spin-off of it.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you. So Mark, what is the main thing that will trigger using the reserve over borrowing more and taking on more debt? Like this is high interest rates. Would that be a time where you may tend to go into reserves instead of taking on more debt, or what is the main thing that triggers the use of it?
100%. Councillor Balderson, it's a very valid question. If you would allow me, I would just like to defer answering that specific question, because I will be addressing that specific point a little bit later in the presentation, and I will be able to give a much more in-depth explanation to your question that you just asked, if that's okay.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. So in terms of financial stabilization, obviously what we want to make sure in terms of the financial stabilization, we want to make sure that we mitigate the risks that's associated with our revenues and our expenses. We want to make sure that we understand the risks associated with each of our assessment classes. And we want to make sure that the inflation fluctuations can be understood in terms of our assessment or our income side, and then also on our expenses side. Financial stabilization, something that has to be considered when we look at this, is diversity. When we have a situation where, if I can use the most simplistic explanation, when you have two houses, the risk that if one of them burns down is going to be significant in terms of your revenue income. If you have 1,000 houses, if one of those houses burn down, it's going to have very little impact on your assessment. So in other words, sorry, excuse me, but so diversity in terms of the types of revenue is probably more relevant in terms of oil, gas, forestry industry, housing, manufacturing, and so on. So the diversity there, if you have only one industry, you are very vulnerable in terms of that specific industry. And then size does matter. The larger the municipality it is, the less susceptible it would be for impacts and on itself, where it could have been a smaller municipality, for instance. Small municipalities generally have much higher risk in terms of anything that changes within the organization that can impact the financial stabilization.
Okay, Councillor Zimmerman, go ahead.
With these different industries, for example, the oil patch dies, so does forestry, because houses, you know what I mean? It slows down, houses slow down. I think it's still all one, other than farming, I guess. farming would be the only thing that I don't think it would affect.
I agree. You know, for us as a municipality, for the county of Grand Prairie, and for Alberta, maybe as a whole, as a province, we are still very much dependent on the oil and gas industry. And if that collapse in total, yes, then the impact would be astronomical for us as a province because of limited diversity outside of the oil and gas industries.
Councillor Beaupre.
Yeah, interesting. You should raise that comment. Councillor Zimmerman having discussions with the mill manager at IP on Monday. They're looking at their business plan, like, because their pulp basically is white, so it's for diapers and tissues and things like that. But with the change in the petroleum for plastics, we've seen an increase in straws and different things like that, craft paper, all of those different things. And so the mills themselves, I think, not just theirs, but the industry itself is looking at how do they address the needs in the coming future for some of those changes that have been made. So I disagree somewhat, like, not because oil and gas, in my opinion, and I might be biased, when you talk oil and gas, there is so many petroleum-based products are here to stay, regardless of what you hear otherwise. You just look around the table at things that have got plastics, that, you know, everything that's got petroleum-based something in it is here. And but they're going to diversify how they use it, and other industry members that are very strong in our community, like forestry, will also take the opportunity to diversify too. So everybody's starting to use innovation, and I think that that's a great move in their direction. And I think both our municipality is well situated for that. There might be blips in that assessment look, but I think you'll see that it will even out in the future.
Councillor Peterson.
So I was just going to disagree a bit too. I think that forestry's market is not Grand Prairie. These forest companies that are working here are exporting stuff around the world. A large portion of Weyerhaeuser's mill goes to Japan. You know, Japan doesn't care if our oil field in Grand Prairie is operating or not. It'll affect our housing starts. It'll affect lots of things in our local area, but the forestry business as a whole, hardly see that as a blip.
And again, you know, just to to conclude, on the discussion here, and comment made by Councillor Peterson as well, and I think there, just emphasizes the point of diversity, and what's the benefit of having more diversity within your tax base to withstand, the fluctuations that you may have in one industry versus another, and so on.
Councillor Zimmerman.
So let's say they're right. Did forestry support Alberta? I don't think so.
Yes, that's probably a discussion that goes beyond this. But I mean, the point that I would like to get across is that the diversity does play a role, and we are fortunate to have a fair number of diversity within the organization, but oil and gas is still significant to our organization and to our residents as well. Next slide, please. So the risk that I've mentioned to council is one of the things that we did this year is I had a discussion with our chief assessor, and we looked at our assessment classes, and then within the assessment classes looked at the different items in there. So within linear, we looked at the cable distribution, electric power, and so on. And you'll see that when we looked at it, we said, okay, what is our low risk and what is our high risk? So the numbers that you see here is very much based on the professional judgment of our chief assessor in terms of his feel, in terms of these numbers. When you ask an actuary, they might have a different number and so on. But essentially, it gives us a very easy and usable reference so that we can use to determine what is our risk in terms of, on an annual basis for these different assessment classes. One thing that has to be considered is the longer period you look forward, the higher the risk. The shorter the period you look at, the lower the risk. So this is more on a ongoing basis, year to year, and what we need to have, to consider for our budgetary purposes, at least 1 to 5 years scenario. Another point that I do want to emphasize here that is not reflected on this on this graph itself is on the appeals that we have in play, that's ongoing. One that's quite significant is the international paper appeal that's still pending. So if there's going to be an adjustment on our assessment, that is not reflected in this. So this is then excluding current appeals ongoing. Next slide, please. So this is the assessment side again, then further to our municipal assessment. It continues from the previous, but now at the right, at the bottom there, council can see what's the total dollar value that we see on the assessment in terms of tax values, what is our low risk and what is our high risk. So overall for our assessment, our high risk that we see is 4 million. If we were in a situation where, let's say 90% of our assessment was coming from one industry, like the oil and gas, and let's say, for instance, 80% of that is coming from one customer, from oil and gas company, our risk associated with that would be very high, because if that one industry goes down, impacts. If that one customer goes down, significant impact. So we are fortunate that we are not so vulnerable in terms of that aspect of things. Next slide, please. So the annual year modifiers. So the annual year modifiers is the information that the province uses for the linear as well as for the machinery and equipment. The annual year modifiers are published by the minister, where the year modifier numbers have been given for all the different classes, including the items like steel and so forth would be published. What I did was I got the annual year modifiers that was published, about the history published, and used it in terms of some comparison, as you will see going forward in these analysis. Like I've mentioned, it's set by the province. I looked at a 10-year change from annual year modifiers versus CPI, and also CPI to maintain county operations.
Councillor Beaupre.
Just a question. I guess with the red tape reduction, has there been any discussion with the province about trying, most people have to have most municipalities have their interim budgets done before the 31st of December. And we typically don't get our AYMs till after that date. So there's a significant amount of work that's done based on assumptions and using last year's numbers and things like that, that could potentially have to change in the new year. Has there been any discussion from the province about having set dates for some of this stuff, and even having the conversation of why they're changing them? In the past, we've seen the change to the AYM because of lobbying efforts on oil and gas activities, and I would assume that other industries will be doing the same in the futures, but it would be nice if more municipal government was sitting at the table to be able to also support why we need them to remain the same, or consistent at least.
In terms of those discussions, I'm not aware if anything has been brought forward even to say that we have to have it much earlier, but I do agree, if we can have it much earlier, we can get our budgets finalized in December and not have to wait until April to get it finalized. And it's, yes, it is something that we can probably do more investigation on. And I know it's something that council has raised, I think in the final budget when we had those discussions, and it is something that should be considered, and maybe on a political level, where the politicians can have a conversation with one another to see if you can change it for us so that it can be simplified going forward.
Julie, did you have anything to add?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, Mark may be not aware, but there have been multiple discussions with municipal affairs, and they're not necessarily changing the AYMs because of the lobbying. They change in AYMs because of the changing in prices for in steel and in some other products, because of the regulated assessment that is prepared for machinery and equipment and for larger plants such as IP. They, in that regulated assessment, they use the replacement costs, and then they used most recent pricing when they do their assessment, including most recent prices on steel and other products to build those structures. So that's why it's adjusted, and municipal affairs usually contract that portion out. So they hire somebody like Stantec to do the study, to do the AYMs. So we actually asked for that to be more consistent, released in more consistent and earlier basis, like in September, but it rarely happens. You know, most of the time we receive them on Christmas Day or day before. Yeah.
Several years ago, we received them actually in January,
That-
you know, so
that's-
that's
Yeah.
After the
That's
fact.
correct.
after
Yeah.
the fact, yeah.
So I think we can continue asking, and I actually honestly believe that the request also was made through RMA to municipal affairs in the past, but it hasn't happened yet. They hadn't responded
The
to.
other question, did municipal affairs adjust them for inflation as well, right? Some of the costs are associated with inflationary costs as well, so
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah.
a chicken and an egg thing, right?
Yeah, I believe so. They do that, and that's why when, if you recall, when Chris, our chief assessor, when he presents the documents, and Mark highlighted that earlier, you would see annually inflationary increase or a decrease, and the actual growth we usually separate to show how much change in assessment was due to the inflation or deflation, and how much of it was due to the actual growth that happened in the municipality. But that's what they are. So it's AYM is applied annually, and we saw a large increase in AYM last year, and that is basically because we see increases in prices on various products, and particularly steel and some other products. So yeah, price of steel is going up.
100%. And I believe I do have the different classes in there as it has changed over the past 10 years. So for council's reference as we go through the document as well.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure how many of council actually participated yesterday in AER's discussion on minerals, and they're doing their public engagement, so there's many other opportunities. But one of the questions that was brought up is, why is metallurgical coal not recognized as a specialized, because it's used so much in steel and the cost of steel, and you know, under the new legislation or the proposed legislation for minerals, you know, it needs to have some special, it has to have some special attention to it, not be lumped in with so they're talking about aggregate or mining, and then they also have the ones where they're extracting it from liquids as well. So it's an interesting discussion anyhow, if you're interested in that stuff.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. So the next slide, what I've done here for council's benefit is to look at the annual year modifiers for the different classes. And what I did was here is I took the assessment values as we have it today, and reversed it then basically on the annual year modifiers, and to see then what is the dollar value change that we would have had, or the overall percentage change on a weighted average basis than from the past 10 years. And here council can see that because of the decrease in the annual year modifiers associated with pipelines, which has a significant impact, when we do the weighted calculation for the annual year modifiers in terms of all our assessment classes in terms of the dip and the linear, and then do that application in the past 10 years, our assessment on the dollar value itself, the year modifier, let's say the inflationary adjustment, if I can use that term here, only increased by 9% when we consider that the overall inflation over the past 10 years has increased to about 25%. So just on here, you can see where there's a disconnect that has occurred in the past 10 years.
So, I mean, some of that with regards to the linear is we've been in a linear holiday here for a number of, well, what, 22 or 21 when they brought that in. So there's a lot of pipeline that's gone in the ground since then, especially in our county, that we're not seeing anything on until next year, or I guess the year after.
100%. I just want to make something clear, though, is that what you're looking at here is not relevant to that. This is only looking at the year modifiers.
The modifiers.
Yeah, only year modifiers. So it's not the holiday component to it. So just on the year modifiers, you see that there's about 10 years growth, only 9% that has occurred.
Say the holiday and the modifier cumulative rate.
This is our assessment number as it is now.
As it is now.
As it is now, reversed to reversed calculation.
Oh, okay.
Next slide, please. So the next slide is the CPI history that we have for just over 20 years. And the reason why I looked at the CPI for such a long period is to when we going to decide on what's going to be a reasonable number that we have to have in our reserves for stabilization and to be able to handle inflationary jumps. This was relevant so to see, what number is our risk associated with it. Now, before I move on to the next slide, council will see that that I've circled the inflation as at the end there when I was looking at this the other day, even considering my own mortgages, of my home itself. One thing that I did notice, and I realized that the inflation the trend is going down and it is continuing going down. So we hopefully have been through this inflationary spike and my interest rate spike that we see. So it does look positive. And as you can see, the history, it is unlikely that, in a 10-year period that we'll get these kind of spikes again. So maybe every 15 years or between 10 and 15 years, we get these abnormal spikes in inflation that occurs. Next slide, please. This slide looks at the inflation per different expenditure type, if I can call it that. And I've got all items included there, and then you'll see that there's shelter transportation, gasoline, energy, goods and services. I did not include the full basket of the items that would make up the CPI index. What I did was here is I tried to look at what are the main expenditure items that we as an organization will be using and what would be relevant to us. And you'll see that the biggest changes, or inflationary or unstable inflationary items relates to, the gasoline, and the other is going to be related to the energy sector and to some extent to the transportation as well. And then we then look at that, then take that number and bring it back to our expenditures on an annual basis in terms of our budgeting, and see how do these unstable, if I can use that term, expenditure items with inflation have on our budgeting process, and how should we account for that in terms of a financial stabilization fund to control that, if I can use that term.
Councillor Beaupre.
Just for clarification, when you say energy, you mean home heating, right? So for the utilities, is that right?
It would be, yes, I
Yeah.
would say it would be energy as a whole, so that may include gas as well then, as
Right.
well.
So gasoline is what you put in your vehicle.
That's right.
Energy is what you're heating your homes with.
Heating
So
and power.
gasoline and, yeah,
Yeah.
utilities. So goods, would that be food? Like, I know we hear a lot about the cost of buying food at the grocery store, that's a large component to the ratepayer, that although their utility costs are high and gas costs are high, food costs are quite as well.
No, I excluded food and, and specific household CPI numbers from this, and only looked at it on which of these items will have a significant impact on the county itself. The indirect impact of food will be, yes, on our employees, then would have an impact on that side of itself. But in terms of our individual expenditure line items, I did not.
Right,
look at it.
and I guess the reason I say that is if you're looking at the full picture, the ability to pay your taxes, if it's pay your taxes or feed your children, that I think is a huge, it's good for us to see what the cost, the inflation fluctuation is on food as well. Because we do lobby the government on behalf of FCSS and Child Family Services about the cost of, safe food supply and availability to food supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beaupre. What I'll do is include that maybe in the future as a separate slide, and then look at what's going to be relevant for residents. And then I can look at, all items, especially, in that basket of our household expenditures.
Right, yes.
100%, I will do so. Thank you.
Okay, there's one more slide on inflation. I'll let you finish that and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you. So again, to our actual expenditures that we incurred in 2022. Again, what I did here then is to say, okay, what's our inflationary risk associated with it? And you'll see there, I've used the, utilities was adjusted, the gasoline and gas was separately adjusted utilities, and then the remainder of the was a balancing calculation. Contracted and general services was adjusted with the highest change in inflation that has occurred. So taking those numbers into account, you'll see that the inflationary risk, excluding the amortization number that I've included in there, is about $3.3 million inflationary risk that we as an organization have in terms of our expenditure, excluding capital purchases. So that's itself. So, but capital purchases on its own will be addressed later when we look at the future cash flows and so on. If there are no further questions on the inflation annual year modifiers, I will conclude here and then move over to the cash flow smoothing after lunch.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, Mark, so we will recess till 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next section that we'll be going into will be the specifically on the reserves. We're going to further on the cash flows and the debt itself. But before I continue, I want to maybe just apologize for my bad manners. I've invited the director of corporate services and regulatory services, as well the CFO, and also the legal liaison for the MD of Opportunity for today's meeting, and they are on the audience here. So I do apologize. I should have maybe done that in the beginning of the meeting.
Welcome. Well, welcome.
So thank you. So the next side of this presentation, like I mentioned, is on the reserve side, and that's on the cash flow smoothing. So what I've done here in terms of to determine what is the cash flow levels that we need to ensure that we have a stable cash flow in terms of our expenditure on our capital items. What I did was I looked at the capital replacement forecast that we have within the organisation, and council will notice that there's a 4 in brackets there. The reason that there's a 4 is that we have 4 different versions of that floating around in the organisation, and so it means that basically 4 people doing exactly the same thing in different terms. So that's also something that we can streamline. I used the information that on those cash flows on the more conservative basis, when I did this analysis. So just keep that in mind. Secondly, on the cash flow forecast, what I've done is I used an 11-year period. The 11-year period was selected because that was the longest period that I could go in, where basically all the capital items made that had sensible value in it. So so therefore not extending it beyond that line. I also calculated in the annual averages on these cash flows to determine what's going to be the reasonable amount for capital transfers to the reserves. Also, then I looked at the reserves as we have it on an individual basis, and then also versus a consolidated basis in terms of those cash flows. In this analysis, I assume that no reserves will go in a negative balance, because ultimately reserves should not be able to go in a negative balance. And then finally, I looked at the timing difference in the year between our taxes and expenses. As you know, that our taxes, for the large part, only comes in around about June and July, and therefore there's going to be cash flow timing differences that we have to contend with, those aspects. This schedule is then the schedule that will give council an idea as to where we see the future cash flows to be in the different asset categories, starting on the road rehabilitation, bridges, buildings, site, that is the land improvements, and then sewer, and then vehicles and equipment. All these were then added up, on a year-to-year basis and individually. And then the average then was used at the bottom there as the amount that we would then have to transfer on an annual basis to ensure that those cash flows will be stable going forward. So individually, you can see that we will then have to transfer annually just over 10 million for the road rehabilitation, 1 million for the bridges, buildings close to 500,000, land improvements, let's say 1.35 million, sewer systems 225,000, and then vehicle and equipment on average $8.4 million. just to further, just to add some clarity, the water and sewer, the number there does not account for, the studies that's currently being underway, that's being performed by the Water and Wastewater Committee to look at, what we're going to be doing there. And then in total, you'll see that the that the average that we have to transfer to the reserves just to maintain our current infrastructure is a minimum of $22 million annually. When you think back to that document that I showed, where we had our operating surplus on an annual basis, which I think at that point was 18 million, and I indicated to council that that number has to be closer at least to the annual amount that we transfer to the reserve, assuming we are at optimal levels of our reserve, should be at least 22 million. And if we use the amortization number, that number should be then closer to 28 million. So just to give some perspective in terms of the disparity that we have between those three numbers. Next slide, please.
So just actually, Mark, with regards to the bridges, I know a number of years ago, I think it was around 2015, we were looking at all the bridges were coming due in one spot, and it was around a $90 million touch at that point in time. So that was the plan that was put forward so that we weren't all getting hit with that all at once, was to distribute it over a bigger window and then make sure our bridge reserves and stuff reflected that. We have since been very successful at getting STIP funding to help offset a number of those. So is that being taken into account? Because my assumption is that the STIP funding we've been getting has significantly reduced what we've had to take out of reserves. So are we compensating for that, or are we building more than what we need in those reserves?
No, these numbers are purely based on the cost of those items itself. The funding that we would be getting from from grants and so on is not part of this this analysis. The reason why I don't include it into this this number is that I do feel that it might skew the picture a little bit, because future funding in terms of STIP is not always guaranteed, and I didn't want to bring that that level of uncertainty into this presentation.
Yeah, and I don't think we should be bringing future. I'm just thinking what we've got in the past that has probably impacted what we've had to draw from those funds. So we compensated for that.
100%, yes.
Yeah. Councillor Beaupre.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that goes back to my question. That was previous administration had done the inventory about what we had for roads and bridges and that. And I guess present administration, have we looked at those numbers to see if they're accurate enough? Because a couple of them, the one bridge in the Rio Grande area, we advanced that. It had a life cycle of 2025, and it's up and operational before that. So is this an accurate assessment using these numbers, I guess?
So our bridge is typically based off of a BIM, which is a fairly accurate assessment of where that structure lies in its life cycle. Our roads, I would offer, we have some work to do, which we've undertaken, because what we were doing was really just using industry standards to say a paved road has a 20-year design life, but we actually had never actually ran numbers to show what we were designing a road for. So we are actually undertaking an exercise right now to assess our entire paved network. We're doing ground penetrating radar and FWD, and we're going to figure out our structure of what's there. And then from that, we'll create a pavement management plan that'll be based on factual numbers, and then you can run budget scenarios. We can show council that if we underfund here, we'll end up with poor roads, or if we fund here. So you'll be able to run all them scenarios. So I would say what was being done before was to the best of what was there, but it wasn't as robust as maybe it could have been. Yep.
I guess further to make that comment, the bridges that we were looking at, since that assessment was done, we've looked at bridge structures, whether they're called bridge culverts versus bridges, and there's quite a difference in costs associated with them. So I guess that's my comment, is have those been reviewed to make sure that the appropriate structure is what's going to replace them?
Yep. So there's a bunch of things that determine whether you can put a culvert or a bridge in. So if you can, you'll almost always want to go to a culvert.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're just not allowed to.
Right.
So yeah, that's taken into consideration as part of BIMs and inspections and everything, planning for the future, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just maybe a quick note on the previous slide. There were a couple assumptions. So council will see that there are three numbers there that's highlighted in yellow. The assumption there on those three, I plugged those numbers in just to make sure that I at least have 11-year, not a 9-year, cash flow forecast. So it was fairly conservative, I believe, in terms of the numbers that I've put in there, just to make sure that we have valuable information. Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide represents now the average transfers that we would make on an annual basis based on the averages, and then compare that then to the cash flows that we anticipate on an annual basis for the individual items, the roads, bridges, and so on. And then also on a consolidated basis. The coloring that council see there in terms of this table is relevant in terms of a slide that's a little bit further down that will show how those numbers on that slide later on was calculated. But essentially, it would, we would look at to say, if I can use an example, let's say first the road rehabilitation reserve. When you look at the cash flows that's projected there for the road rehabilitation, when we take the average transfer of just over 10 million that we're going to be transferring into that reserve, and we look at the cash flows for the next few years, you will see that based on that we will be contributing to that reserve more than what we'll be taking out, and therefore there will be a growth in that reserve, for the next few years. And then on the right-hand side is the consolidated number. So looking at the reserve, if we look at the reserves on an individual basis, council will be able to see that if we look at reserves on an individual basis, then it means that we're likely going to have more money into the reserves on an individual basis, whereas when you look at it on a consolidated basis, the number changes quite substantially. And in the graphs that's going to follow, this point will be fully illustrated to council. Next slide, please. These slides I'll go through fairly quickly, as it's more just a visual representation of the information that I already showed to council. This number here shows the difference between the cash flows that we're actually going to be incurring versus the amount that's going to be transferred to those reserves on an annual basis. As you can see, the bridges, 4 years from now, we expect quite a bit of a significant cash outflow. And then there's going to be positive flows and then negative and so on. Next slide, please. Buildings on this end shows fairly flat. Funds being transferred into that reserve will result in that reserve increasing until closer to the end, where there's going to be a significant then outflow again on that reserve. And that outflow there is specifically related to the public works building that's here, where the initial number in there showed to be replaced by something like 9 million, and I do not foresee that for us to prepare and maintain that building, that we'll be spending that much money to extend the life of that building itself. But again, further analysis will give more clarity on that number itself. And then in terms of the surface road rehabilitation, as I've mentioned, for the next few years, when we look at that reserve as it is now and at the cash flows, that reserve will continue to grow, and the outflows on that reserve will be substantial, closer to the end of the years. And so let's say year 8, 9, 10, and 11 from now, where the reserves will be drawn substantially. Land improvements, similar. On the land improvements, what we have there is, I also believe, the significant cash outflow that you see there in year 11 is maybe more conservative when we look at the life cycle of our infrastructure. Land improvement rehabilitation or restoration is not the same as you would typically have when you first construct that site and the land improvements that you have to do. So therefore, that number probably is a little bit more conservative than what really needs to be. But nonetheless, for the purposes of the presentation to council, I've left it in. Then on sewer, although sewer is not, dollar value that significant, you can also see that the graph shows a little bit of erratic movement in terms of what's being drawn out, what's going back in, and so forth. Next slide, please. So the vehicle and equipment, here again, you can see that the graph, as we would look at the cash flows, is quite a bit up and down, on year-to-year basis, and there's not too much stability in those cash outflows. Next slide, please. Now, when we consolidate the cash outflows or the needs, for these capital items on a consolidated basis, as our council will note now that where we are on an individual basis, quite a significant variance on an individual reserve basis from year to year. When we consolidate these cash flows into one, the cash flow stability is much more consistent, and we don't have to have significant values in our reserves just because the stability that is present now would be able to absorb. Where typically let's say, for instance, on the road resurfacing, we'll show that we contribute more in next year, and on another item we'll show we're gonna withdraw more, and let's say, for example, vehicle equipment draw more in the following year. When we look at these two together, the net cash flow on the organization is going to be less than when we are looking at these, these draws on an individual basis. Next slide, please. This table, what I will explain here is, as I've mentioned, when we look at the individual cash flows on a few slides back, when we had the color coding in there, is to say what is the minimum number or minimum dollar value that we have to have in those reserves on an individual basis to ensure that those reserves do not in the next 11 years go into a negative balance. Individually, minimum number, what you'll see is that the reserves, if we all add them all up together, means that we will have to have at least $9.6 million cumulative, for those on an individual basis. However, when we consolidate those reserves all into one, then it means the minimum number that we have to have in that reserve would only be 1.4 million and not the full 9.6 million if it was on an individual basis. The max number that's shown in there is that when we look at the reserves, and again on an individual basis, as we contribute, and we don't draw so much on, initially and draw late on, what is going to be the highest value or dollar value that we will have in that reserve over the next 11-year period. And as you can see that at one point, the road rehabilitation reserve will have a value of 17 million, and the vehicle equipment reserve number will be the highest number there of just over 10 million. Adding them all up together means that at some point we will have reserves as high as $37 million just to make, just to contend with these varying cash flows. However, when we look at it again on a consolidated basis, so in other words, we don't say we're not looking at these reserves on an individual basis. We throw them all in the pool, and we manage our cash according to that, then it means that the minimum number that we would have to, at the end of this year, to start the next year, would be $1.4 million. And the highest point that we will get then on the consolidated basis on those reserves will be $25 million. Now, essentially, when we look at our bank account, if I can just use an example here, when we look at as an organization, we don't have separate bank accounts for different departments. We have one bank account. We manage the cash flow of the organization from one bank account, and we look at it as one unit. And therefore, when we look at our reserves in terms of our cash flow, in terms of the future replacements as one, it means that the requirement on the individual reserves falls away, and the collective for the county as a whole is then substantially less as when we would have looked at it individually. Now, what would then be the reasonable number that we would say is what we would need for the financial stabilization, for the cash flow reserve, cash flow smoothing reserve? If we want to be super optimistic, we can say we would need $1.4 million for that. If we want to be a little bit more conservative, we can say then 20 million. However, if we take the the mean of it between them, we can say 11 million for those for that cash flow smoothing, and then we would be fairly safe in terms of cash flow smoothing for those items if should there be some changes from year to year, because again, remember what I looked at here is on the cash flows as forecast as we see it now, and those forecasts can change from year to year, where something may become moved further in or further out and so on. So I believe that that number of 11 million would be reasonable. Now, when we look at the reserve balances that has been forecasted, at the end of 2023, as you know that we have reserves currently on an individual basis. So if we add up all those reserves, as it was projected for the end of 2023, the number shows 44 million will be in there. That is substantially higher than what we really need. On a fairly conservative basis, just to maintain the smooth cash flows, 11 million would be ample to be dealing with those cash flow needs of the county, to ensure that we are smoothing in terms of those items. So therefore, and I know council over the years have indicated to us that we have to look at our reserves and determine what is going to be the number that we really need to have in those reserves and for that. So in other words, if these reserves are there for smoothing, then it means that the smoothing that we will need for them is unlikely going to be exceeding, or reaching that 44 million, and on a conservative basis, 11 million. So therefore, we are overfunded in terms of those reserves, at least by $33 million, as it would be at the end of 2023.
Those are actual numbers then, right? Right. Okay. Councillor Frayne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess my question right now is the way we set it up, we make motions to move money into very specific reserves. So to do a smoothing, we would have to just make a motion to go into our reserve, and then we would, on a bookkeeping level, keep note of our bridge file and our, that kind of stuff. Because like, if we're gonna average it out, then we can't necessarily, then we're gonna have to make motions to move money from one reserve into another reserve, right?
Good point, and I'm glad you asked that question, Councillor Frayne. It's what we want to make do away from is to say that we're going to have a roads reserve, a bridge reserve, a vehicle and equipment reserve, and so on. One reserve. We look at I'm going to make sure that our asset management plan is proper, and it actual reflects true cash flows going forward. That when we look at the need and the cash flows of our organization, it will be comprehensive, and it will also make sure that we don't have to account for these things individually. Sometimes, we would get a comment from a department to say, oh, they looked at this reserve and that reserve doesn't have enough funds to replace that specific asset in the future. If we use that approach to say that our reserve should reflect our accumulated amortization number, our reserve balance of 100 million, where it's currently, would not even be suffice. And then we'll probably have to go something like 300 million, using that principle, which totally does not make sense, and it's not the intent of it, because our surplus on our operating surplus on its own should be the number that where we maintain our capital items as well as have enough fat in it, if I can call it that, for future capital items as well. So yes, so we won't be looking at things individually. We will be looking at it as a whole collective, and as what is the cash flow needs of the organization, and not individual items.
Would it still be coming to us though in this broken down format, so we could kind of still have an idea where we are and where we're going within the big reserve?
What we will have is we'll have the cash flow forecast that's going to be based on the proper asset management, and that collective will then be looked at on the as the one reserve, and to see to make sure that still stays in line. So therefore, yes, but in a different format than what you've been used to in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So Mark, when we look at the cash flows and the capital smoothing reserve consolidated here, when you say minimum and maximum, is this the minimum would be out and the maximum would be out if we looked at cash flow in each reserve? Or is this just a calculation? How is it?
So let's assume that we start from scratch, and we see the cash flows going forward. When we look at the anticipated cash flows, and we assume that these cash flows will occur exactly like it's forecasted, and the dollar amounts would be exactly like it's been forecasted. When I do the calculation, then to ensure that we'll have enough cash flow to pay for these reserves, just on the amount transfers annually, then it means that if we want to say scratch everything as of today, what's going to be the minimum number that we have to have in the beginning of 2023 to ensure that we don't go negative or run out of money in terms of to replace these reserves on an ongoing basis. The absolute minimum number that we would have to have is the $1.4 million in there. The high number, the max number that I show in there is the 20 million. So in other words, at one point, the reserves as a combined will have a high value of $20 million for the cash flow smoothing, just to account for certain cash flow items that will occur simultaneously. The cash flow surplus in the reserves will be at $1.20 million when the combined approach is followed. What I also want to mention to council in terms of this specific, in terms of the cash flow reserves, is I want to remove the concept of to say that we have to have a maximum, because the maximum will skew the picture. Because when we base our reserve on future cash flows, and if we arbitrarily decide to say the maximum number that we have to have for the smoothing reserve should be $10 million, and at one point, due to cash flows that's going to occur at a later point, that reserve then goes up to 20 million. We're going to limit it, and then we're going to fall short on the cash flows at a later stage on it. So therefore, the cash flow smoothing reserve must be based 100% on future cash flows of the to repair and maintain, repair and replace these assets on a long-term basis.
that answer your question?
Yeah, good, I'm good for that.
Councillor Beaupre?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might have answered it, but I'm not sure. So council from time to time uses its discretion to help fund different capital assets that in turn become capital assets that belong to the county of Grand Prairie. So with having the one reserve, I guess my question is similar to what Amanda's or Councillor Frayne was asking. Are we going to still have an accounting process where we can see what money is allocated to like capital or to water and sewer, for example? Because a lot of the water and sewer money that comes out of dividends and franchise fees is specific. Council has given direction that that is specifically for projects that are water and sewer driven. And if we don't understand that there's only $3 million, for example, in that, and we contribute $10 million as a request by, let's say, Aquaterra, we're basically depleting that and some other reserves. So if we don't know we have the money for that, we have potentially putting another GL item at risk.
100%. Yeah, but I do want to apologize to council for a bit of an oversight. I think what I should have done when I started them on the reserves is to give council an idea as to the different kinds of reserves that are there. So the first two that we have addressed now is on the financial stabilization and smoothing. Those other reserves in the discussion will come a little bit later because those would be very specific reserves and which we're going to does not form part of this this specific.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Sorry.
perfect. Thank you.
So, and if I understand this correctly, then just looking at the previous page, so the road rehab bridges, we would combine them all. Basically, currently we have policies for each one at the way the reserves are set up now. We have policies and how those are set up to Councillor Beaupre's point. We would consolidate all these into one, and that policy would have to be rewritten to reflect that this money is for these items, right?
100%.
Okay.
The reserve policy is in the process of being rewritten in total to make sure that we look at a new approach as to it, and let's say a little bit more enlightened approach, and look at the organization as a whole instead of individual classes of assets and so on. But hopefully by the end of the presentation, it will all become clear to council as to exactly how I envision things to go in terms of the reserves.
Because as you identified, this is 44 million that we currently have in reserves, but we still have about 100 million in reserves. So there's lots of other reserves that you're going to be looking at restructuring, I guess. Would that be correct? Okay.
100%.
Councillor Zimmerman.
Mark, so December cumulative 9 million, right?
Oh, this is something different. So I'll explain this one.
Oh,
No.
okay.
My apologies.
All right.
So, Councillor Zimmerman, on your question here, but specifically, this schedule that I presented here to council is the cash flows that we've had within this year and what we anticipate for the remainder of the year of the money that's going to be flowing in and out of our bank accounts as we go. And so, as you know, that because of the largest portion of our taxes only come in June, let's say June, July, it means that as an organization, our cash outflows, for the first 5 months of the year is negative. So therefore, we have to make sure that when we look at the reserves and the values or the balances that we anticipate for the reserves, we always must make sure that we consider the cash flow needs of the organization on a year-to-year basis. I mean, monthly within the year-to-year basis. So therefore, it's one thing to say that I can say that the county's reserves only need 15 million, for example, very hypothetically speaking. And when we look at our monthly cash outflows, and at one point we're going to sit with a negative cash flow need of 22 million, then it means we have a problem. So in other words, although we look at it on an individual basis, I still have to look what's going to happen on a monthly basis in terms of our cash outflows. So therefore, this is for information purpose and to make sure that whatever we build into the reserve policy going forward, we must always be able to make sure that we maintain a cash flow to pay our employees, our expenses, and our other financial commitments that we may have.
And that's what those numbers are, the cumulative. So back to my question, December, we have to have $9 million in our reserve.
No, this would be more applicable to our bank account itself.
To what, sorry?
Our bank account.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So when you look at the beginning of the year, our bank account had 16 million in there. At the end of January, the bank account was 9 million. And then you'll see on the bank account itself, 6 million was used, and plus we used an additional 5 million out of our investments to show the total net outflow of 11 million for that month. The February, similar there, so we start with the 9 million. The ending balance was 11. So the flow in for that, into the bank account was 2 million, but we also had to draw 5 million from our investments to give a net of 2.8 million. So adding the 2.8 with the 14 million gives you the 14 million cumulative and so on. So this is only representative as it has been for this year. And yes, on a year-to-year basis, this will change. And that's why Ryan going to do our cash flow forecasts for the year and then determines and work with the investment bankers to make sure that funds are available when it's needed, so that we always maintain, let's say, a cash flow basis so that we can pay our expenses. Maybe the caveat or, just additional point to add to this, we do have an additional $10 million overdraft facility at the bank so that we will have some funds, when there's certain situations where we have to draw and go a little bit negative in terms of bank balance itself.
But in worst scenario, we still could go into the reserve and pull money to make that payment if we didn't?
Yes, we can use it. So that's what I'm saying is that even though, we have the reserves on one side, we have to make sure that we have cash available to account for the inter-year fluctuations in terms of our in and outflows of our revenue expenses.
Councillor Beaupre.
I think though, just to elaborate on what Steve was asking, our reserve monies are invested, right? So you still have to be able to get to the investments to get to pay out of the reserves. So it's not just as easy as the money sitting in a bank account, right? And I guess that was going to be my question. What is the lowest amount of money that we want to have in cash flow? Because, our investments, I see in January, we took $5 million and then another $5 million. But at the end of it, we're still, $11 million in the good at the ending of February. $10 million taken out of our investments, still making money in that. I'm assuming that the other money is not making, as much money if it's sitting in our bank account. So what's the policy around how much money we want to take out? So at the end of the year, we haven't depleted, we're still making money off our investments, I guess.
What we have is in our investments is we have some investments are on a much longer term and fixed, and then we have investments that are more short term and more flexible in nature. We meet with the investment bankers on a regular basis. I think Ryan met earlier this week as well with them, and to look at our cash flow needs and forecast as well. And to make sure that we meet our expectations and also in consultation with them as to how they see things going forward. But yes, in our bank account, we try and make sure that we have just enough to pay the payments for that specific pay run, basically. And they're quite good when we notify them to release funds into our bank account a couple of days or so, and then the money's in.
Carry on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Now, here's the optimal reserve balances, or let's say the target levels that that I would change the the wording to. Again, on the financial stabilization, as council remembered, when I looked at the when our tax base, and when we assessed the individual risks associated with each of those individual tax classes, the lowest number that we got to for that was 2 million. So I'm taking a more conservative view on this, and I say on the financial stabilization 4 million. So this reserve would be exclusively used for changes to our assessment or tax base itself, or if there's unusual inflation fluctuations that we can use then to to absorb or smooth certain things out, and only in terms of the operating, because in terms of the capital we'll be have enough reserves in there to to account for that. But essentially this is to ensure that this is going to be specific to that risk associated with our expenses and also our tax income. Now the next one is the back slide, please. Thanks. No, one back, please. Thank you. So the TCA replacement smoothing reserve, so that is the one that we just discussed now, and where I indicated to council that the absolute minimum number that we have to have for that one, I think if correct, is about $1.6 million. And now council can see what it looks like to have all those reserves on an individual basis, and they're given that maybe one or two of those reserves will not form part of this cash flow, except if council views differently. And the ones that I'll point out for that specific purpose is the Dinosaur Museum that has a reserve there separate for itself, and also on the Sportsplex that has a separate reserve for itself. All the others, I do not see any concern to combine them all into one. But again, the Dinosaur Museum is our asset, and the Sportsplex is our asset, so we may as well throw them into the pool as well when we look at these on a collective basis. Council will note that some of the reserves that I've highlighted in red is probably ones that can be deleted off the bat, but nonetheless. And so the next big one there that council sees in terms of the operating reserve. The operating reserve, although I've put the target number there as 10 million, I do still believe that to have that $10 million in there is still very conservative. On an annual basis, I cannot see that on an operating side that we would have so significant or such a big operating project that's going to come up during the year that would justify us have a $10 million balance into that reserve. But for now, I decided to start a little bit more conservative, and as we get more comfortable, we can then relook at these numbers going forward. But again, very conservative. Next slide, please. Now, the next group is the capital reserves. Now, these reserves, as was pointed out by Councillor Freyne and Councillor Beaupre, that was very specific reserves that was set up for very specific purposes. What we can do here as well is either we combine quite a bit of them into one general capital reserve, and if there are ones that are very specific that we want to keep separate, we will still keep them separate, like the community investment fund, which is then a reserve that was set up by council which is based on the franchise fees and the dividends that we do get from the Aquaterra investment, and where we say that, those funds will be used for similar, uses and so on. But again, those reserves are at council's privy, and council can at any time change those reserves as you wish, and to be spent on capital projects going forward.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to the operating reserves, the one under health and safety reserve. So is the intention to annually report what our WCB savings are or that type of thing, so that we have an idea, council has an idea in the event that there's a request for an additional employee in the health and safety field, or from time to time, we have recognized exemplary performance by our employees, and that's the reserve that we usually spend the money to recognize those individuals, or the whole, all of our workforce. Will we continue to have that type of reporting so that we have an understanding that there's funds available that were, or demonstrated that those were places the funds are there at some point?
Yes, we can. But I believe that the draws out of that reserve is small enough that we don't have to carry it separately. But again, this is something that can be discussed within the senior administration and with council to say, this one we would still like to keep separate, and we can then keep separate as is.
I'm not so concerned about the reserve itself, but more about the reporting process, so that we as council understand how well our employees are, the culture of health and safety, and what potentially that money would be expended upon.
Yes, I believe we definitely will be able to do that, yes, going forward. And thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the capital reserve requirements that we would have, and again, when I went through the reserve policy again, and to say a reserve should have a minimum number, I do not understand the logic to say that a reserve should have a minimum number. So because by implying a minimum number, it means you cannot draw below that number, which would then make absolutely no sense, because why not? So therefore I would change, therefore I would like to change the wording maybe to say that target levels instead of minimum numbers. I do still see that there's, can be value to say a reserve should have a, some reserves we can say a max number, because we don't want to have a situation where we just accumulate funds into a reserve beyond any reasoning or good rationale as to why it's sitting there. Then the next group of reserves that we have there is the height specific reserves. I do not intend to eliminate these, for now. They are very specific. There are some requirements that we have in terms of the height dissolution, and therefore I would like to keep them until those reserve has been appropriately expended, as was part of the ministerial order from the height dissolution.
Councillor Peterson.
Just wanted to talk about maximum numbers in a reserve. I think it's good to have a maximum number, but that maximum number has to be adjusted at some point in time. So, if you got a projection ahead 10 years, then, maybe it's good for 10 years, but from year 10 to 20, at some point that's got to change, right? So I think there should be a review of that number once in a while.
100%. The view that that I have in terms of the reserves for the county is that the reserve policy itself will set the framework, but these reserves, on a cash, let's say for instance the cash flow reserves have to be reviewed on an annual basis and have to be based on the future cash flows of the organization. So in other words, this is going to be a much more fluent document. The numbers will be much more fluent, and will be very relevant to what is going to be the understanding of our organization at a specific point in time at the beginning of the year or the end of the year as we determine the following year's budget, so that we are more informed and it's not just something that's sitting there. And when you ask someone, why do you have to transfer $1 million into that reserve, and no one can tell you what the realistic basis or understanding is for that. Council may have seen over the years that reserves would have ran, arbitrary numbers sitting in there, like, someone has decided that that reserve should have a number of $10 million or $5 million. And there's no logic that you can trace back to understand what was the reasoning. Why did we get to that number? What did they foresee that was going to come up in the future that we would need that? Or what was the level of uncertainty that prompted council and administration to determine that specific level that we would need them? It's exactly like you would have in your own household. Is you would not have in your bank account $100,000 when for emergencies, when you know that your income is stable, your expenses are stable, and you may have something coming up here and there that you have to be dealing with. So more or less the same approach that I would apply to my house, I would apply then to the county's philosophy, a little bit more conservative.
Okay, Councillor Zimmerman.
Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3 transportation levy. What is that? What is that?
Good to go.
Who want Julia?
Yeah, it's off-site levies that were established. And they are charged on new developments, and they can be only used for specific purposes. So basically, when anytime a new industrial development occurs or commercial, it has to be brand new development. We charge an off-site levy, and it is to be used for future road network expansion.
So zone 1
Yeah.
is an area around the city, like there's zones
Yeah, that's what I was.
within the county. So the closer you get to the city, the higher the levy is paid. Further out you get there a little bit less, further out you get there a little bit less again.
Off-site levy can be charged only once at the time when that parcel is developed for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Julia.
So council decides through consultation with Public Works, decides annually what the levy will be, and it's established by bylaw. And that bylaw is applicable through the planning process. When you see subdivision applications, you see bylaw such and such is applicable for zone 1, 2, or 3 of the bylaw, right? And we actually have another one that's outside of zone 3, and that's for specific cluster development that would have a potentially negative impact on the roads.
Yeah. Sorry.
One more, Mark, remember how we were saying that, and we were all talking about how the provincial governments, you got to watch, you don't want to have too much of a reserve, right? Or you can't get grants for these different things. By putting it all into one, is that going to make a difference?
By consolidating our reserves and not looking at them on an individual basis, just on the cash flow smoothing reserve, we are able to instantaneously almost reduce the requirement for that reserve from 44 million, where it's projected for 2023, to a reasonable number of 11 million. Yes, so basically $33 million off the bat, you'll be able to apply for other specific things within the county, to be used. And yes, that will make a difference. And, and the view that we will have on those, what to do with it, I'll discuss with council a little bit later, and I'll give you a clear indication as to how we see what we should do to use those surpluses without, let's say, overspend where it's not necessary. I still believe that although we was, overfunded in terms of reserve, I still believe that we should still be very conservative when we decide to go and spend. And it doesn't mean that we should go on a spending spree just because we have the funds now available.
Julia, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of relates to the question how the reserve levels for individual municipality may impact their future funding. I don't believe that is being looked at. I believe that, and we're going to have that conversation later on agenda about the LGFF framework. I understood that both association, RMA and Alberta municipalities in their presentation. I know for sure it's an RMA, and I'm fairly certain it is an Alberta municipalities. They both recommending that asset management component must be taken into consideration as a part of funding a municipality. They basically going to try to use the funding component to enforce how important asset management component is, which partially, how do you budget for it for your future replacements, right, as well? So as far as I know, reserve levels are not being considered as a component in calculation of that formula. So thank you.
I'm sure they were talking about that before.
No, we were concerned. There was concern that they may look at it, but there's nothing.
Nothing to do
definitive.
that?
No, it was just, there's talk in the background, so we needed to be very cognizant
Yeah.
of what's in our reserves. And we needed to, which is this whole process is why we started looking at what do we actually need in them? Because they may come back and say, oh, you have lots of money.
So all I considered was having a bunch of little ones when they say, well, how much reserve do you have in this one? Sounds a lot less than taking them all, putting them all in one and say we have. You know what I
But they
mean?
look at our whole thing, we've got over almost 100 million currently in reserves.
Yeah,
This will, if we adopt this plan, if council chooses to go this direction, we will drop those reserve numbers down to around 50 million.
yeah, okay, as long as we're dropping them, right.
Yeah, and that goes to Councillor Beaupre's point too, is are we just collecting money to collect money when on the taxpayers' back, when we should be spending that money for services and stuff? So, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to comment. I know in the previous Treasury Minister had made the comment that there was quite a bit of wealth in reserves that during the time of economic downturn that should be used. And I think that's always been a concern for municipalities, that government hadn't recognized that we had already allocated those funds to future projects, to replacement of equipment, to pay our bills, whether it's wages or utilities or whatever it was. And I think there was a lot of work done by our municipalities and our association to recognize the fact that those statements that were made, they educated the government on what our monies were, what we did with our monies. We had restricted and unrestricted reserves. And so we didn't have just a bank account that was, you know, we'll pull from there.
Flush.
Yeah, that flush. Yeah. We didn't have a slush fund that we were keeping at arm's length to the province and then asking for money because because we thought we should do so.
Julia, go ahead.
Thank you. So while I 100% support Mark's, rationale, and it makes sense to have a solid philosophy on what we're maintaining in the reserves, I just like to test that for a few years. So please don't just spend $50 million in one day. Thank you.
Don't spend $100 million in one day. Yeah, and that was my next question around this whole, once we're done with this, is what is the plan moving forward? How do we go from 100 million to the 50 million mark? Like, what is that plan?
I'll give council when we get to that point. I'll elaborate a little bit more exactly as to how I see. And like I say, no intent to become frivolous or just spend too much. But it is true. The way that we're looking at it is to make sure that when we look at our reserve, that there must be solid basis for it, and make sure that we strengthen our asset management approach, and make sure that when we look at our asset management numbers, that we have one source of truth, and that's going to be agreed upon throughout the organization, so that when we go to Public Works, they will 100% agree with what we see in terms of cash flows, asset management wise. Our asset manager will agree, finance will agree, and so on, so that there would be total understanding and agreement as to what we need going forward in terms of those items. And therefore, further to Julia's point, that's why asset management, if you don't have a proper asset management forecast system in place, your reserves as a guest number. And therefore, it's essential that we make sure that we understand those things correctly and we monitor and implement them correctly as well.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this slide basically here is the council know that a couple of years ago we brought in the year-end carry forward reserve. So this reserve is just to make things very simple, so that when we look at our reserves, we can know which funds relates to projects that have been carried forward, and those funds have already been spoken for, and to keep things much more cleaner. The externally restricted reserves, so these reserves are restricted by either by bylaw or legislation, and therefore, council can't decide one day to say, we're going to pull all the funds out of this reserve and use it for that, which doesn't relate specifically to what the requirements are to, for the spending of those funds and those reserves. And then, lastly, at the bottom, you'll see the consolidation reserves. For the purposes of our policy, those consolidation reserves is not really applicable to us, because that relates to the Aquaterra reserve consolidations in where it comes into our books. So we as a municipality have zero control basically on those funds, and it because of consolidation purposes has to be consolidated in. Oh, sorry, this is not the Aquaterra. This is the regional landfill.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. So here's the $55 million question in terms of what is going to be our reserve strategy. So firstly, we established the optimal levels for reserves in terms of our financial risks. Make sure that that we can accommodate the risk associated with our organization. Make sure that the optimal levels for cash flow smoothing is in place. We limit the use of new debt for now, and use our reserve funds, to fund these projects. And the simple reason for that is that is a very clean way of doing it, because we can always borrow. Borrowing is not going to be something that we will not be able to do. The only difference is we'll be less dependent on, we won't sit with high reserves and high debt at the same time. So in other words, bring it down, the net difference between the reserves and the debt will still be the same. The only difference is instead of debt, now reserves. So if the county do need to borrow for funds again in the future, it will always be there. The reserve strategy, interest rate consideration. Interest rate consideration is something that has to be considered when we decide to use our reserves and when not to use our reserves. And that will be explained, and that will become a little bit more evident when we talk about the debt discussions further down, where when the interest rates are very low, then it make, there's little risk to the organization, and then might be a good opportunity to borrow, and vice versa, in terms of that. But again, I'll show the graphs to council a little bit later on it, and so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, in terms of the what is going to be our target numbers that we would like to have for the reserves. Now, the target number, again, as a reserve for the county as a whole is there's no hard line throughout the municipalities and North America on this. I've looked at a study that was done in the US in terms of different municipalities and how they looked at the the reserve levels there, and essentially it comes down to the trend that's there is the reserves usually fluctuate between 20 to 40% of of the full operating expenditure per year average. The trend then also is the following, is the smaller municipalities, the reserve level will be, higher, let's say closer to 40%, and your much larger municipalities, the reserve level will be then lower, closer to 20%. So our number is something in between there, but, for us to be, I would say, to be a little bit more conservative for now, like Julia said, let's test it out. Let's make sure of our facts, and let's not do something that we're going to regret now. And therefore, I would say we do not go below 40% as a minimum in terms of our what the exact number is that we're going to agree on at the end of the day. That's still debatable, but for now, I would say we do not go below this number because we are medium-sized at most. Medium, maybe a little bit smaller size, between, in that level. So I would not like to play too much around with that number below that. In terms of then the higher numbers, so in other words, there I say that when our reserves become, starts to exceed 70% numbers, then at that level, we should almost totally limit borrowing and see if we can use our reserves just to make sure that we still keep a reasonable tap in terms of the level of our reserves compared to our operating expenditures.
Carry on.
So reserve strategy and debt strategy. So as council know that we currently have in the final budget, the following items listed there to be borrowed. What I would recommend is that we would for the 5 Mile Hall not borrow, use reserve funds. This 156 Avenue storm drainage, use funds, Resource Road improvements the same, Deeper Creek Firewall the same, and then for the Claremont integrated attachment building, there I would recommend not reserves, but to seriously consider to use, borrowing, maybe use reserves as a breaching item to make sure, until we go into a lower interest environment.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, thank you. I'm just seeking clarification. So these are the projects that were identified. And you're saying to use our own funding reserves versus debt financing? Because I was going to say, like Resources Road, for example, we haven't even sent the tender out for it yet. So it's not really a 22 project. It's going to be a 2024 project.
Yes.
Then, hopefully it's then, but so we're saying use the you're saying using our own reserves to finance that versus, because usually it's once you have to do prepare the bylaw and advertise it and then borrow the money after the project's over, so you know exactly what you're borrowing for. Is that right? And it's not expended till probably the next year.
That's right. It is not a requirement that you have to borrow after the project's been complete. We can do it before, but it's much more accurate to borrow when the full cost of the project is complete. But as you'll see that although we have the bylaws in place for the first 3 items there, the borrowing still hasn't occurred. I've instructed staff to hold off on the borrowing on that, just because I wanted to make sure that we have a clear strategy in place as to what we're going to be doing with our reserves. So yeah, so except if things change, I would still then recommend that, and if we do have the surplus funds available, to use our own funds and not to borrow for those full projects.
So further to that, if we finance ourselves these projects, if I understand what it says under 2023 total projected outstanding debt, we're going to repay ourselves. So instead of, if we were borrowing it from finance company, we'd have principal and interest, and so we would be making those principal interest payments to ourselves.
No, it's, just clarification. This document is the document as it is, per the final budget. That down payment there is for the total county debt. So as you see that we started off with 37 million, and then, the additional borrowing that is anticipated, and then we'll bring it all to 56 million at the end of 2023. But we intend not to do that. So, the down payment, that's the principle of the debt, already existing debt.
The first line where it's outstanding already, right?
Yeah.
37 is ours no matter what.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
It's
the,
just
so
the
the,
18 million you're proposing, we don't borrow that and we just take that out of reserves.
maybe not the full 18 because of the Claremont Integrated Detachment Building. I would still like to make sure that we have a clear strategy associated with that one before we make a decision.
Because we have the money in reserves. if
Yeah,
we
I
need to
guess I'm
borrow.
just trying to follow the math, like if you, it talks about the outstanding debt, initial opening line for the debt, and then the rest of the debt, and then the bottom line, after you make the principal repayment in 2023, you still have $50 million debt. If we borrow from ourselves, we're not gonna have $50 million debt.
No.
We'll only
that is
have
correct.
the 37
yeah.
or so, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to follow the math here, so, thanks.
Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So lots of the stuff in this previous slide and then this slide, you're talking about the target reserves and then, using sort of this surplus that we've determined we have to pay some of this debt off. Is there any kind of thought process that goes into a certain situation where our interest payments that we're getting off of our reserves is a better situation than the debt and the interest we would pay on a debt loan?
The 100%. I mean, there is a philosophy, if I can call it that, to say that we should use we should become almost bankers, or hedge funds playing, players to say, are we going to play between debt and investments and so on. It is something that's possible. It is something that I would strongly discourage. We are not a bank, and we are not hedge fund managers. And if it do so happen as a spin-off that we make more money on our investments compared to our debt, then so be it. But essentially, I would discourage that practice because then we become play a different game, if I can put it that way.
Sure, so that doesn't actually come into the decision at all, when we're just either going to decide that we maybe don't have enough information, so we'd rather take a debt risk, or we have the funds and it's within our means to pay it out of reserves, so that's what we're gonna do. It's within our target.
That's right. It's except if something is so obvious that that it would make sense for us to do so, then I would prefer that we develop a framework and try and stick within that. Otherwise, money games is a tricky one.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you. So does the Claremont detachment building, does your mindset change because we are going to be leasing it back and having a revenue stream from it?
Well, it's still sitting in there, and yes, because it's a future project, and and one of the ways that we want to look at as well is a little bit more conservative in terms of a future project. If a future project is going to be funded from the funds from the residents of the past, if I can use it that way, look at that specifically. But also, yes, to your point, Councillor Balderson, is that because that facility is probably going to have rental income, and that's going to be the offset in terms of the cost that associated with. There, it might still make very much sense to borrow and not use own funds for that specific asset.
Okay. I'm seeing no more questions, so carry on, Mark.
Okay. Next slide, please. So this slide just gives council a very brief idea as to what our debt limit is, what our reserve balance is is projected and also what the debt is projected. Keep in mind is that the debt levels and numbers that you see there is assuming that the debt, as you see on the previous page, all has been incurred. So just food for thought.
Debt as well, and the outstanding debt?
I beg your pardon?
The local improvement or local,
Local improvement levies.
yeah, local improvement levies, the one that's the supported debt by taxation.
Exactly, yeah.
Those are included in the total amount, total long-term debt.
100%, yes.
So that is not that, and it's very, I think it's only 19% or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
So
small number, yeah.
So, and that might be the outstanding debt, but that's certainly not a true reflection or true picture of it.
100%, yes. I would have included that slide as well, and that would have answered your Councillor Barbara's question exactly in terms of that, yes.
Carry on, Mark.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide gives the interest rates, for Canada as per the Bank of Canada's website. Here, council can see exactly how the interest rates have fluctuated over the just over 20 years, and we can clearly see that where we are today in terms of the interest rates is something that we've seen maybe last in 2008 scenario, and and it is a significant spike that has occurred over the past few years, and we do not foresee that this spike will last too long, and we do see that it will come down over the next few years. The two lines that council sees there is the 2% line and the 4% line, and those would be the the lines where discretionary or decision making will change. So what we're planning on doing this in terms of our debt approach is to develop to transfer the philosophy into an administrative directive in terms of how we're going to be functioning with debt going forward. So in other words, even continuously updating this information as well. So when we have a situation where our the interest rates are below 2%, then we can have this very strong argument that we can say, for now, it might be better for us as an organization to borrow funds because our risk, on it is fairly low, and we can, borrow, and we won't have too highly negatively impacted on it. Should the interest rates rise again in the future, we would be well off and making some fun money from it, and which we then be a spin-off exactly as Councillor Freyne has indicated we might have. And conversely, then when the interest rates are exceeding 4%, now we know that when we borrow now, we will probably be locked in for a 20-year period, and within that 20-year period, it is extremely likely that the interest rates will dip below again and may reach the levels of, let's say, 2% again within the next 5 or 10 years or something. However, then we'll be locked in for 20-year period at these very high interest rates on it. Just to mention as well is our investments usually, when we invest, we usually invest for a maximum period of 5 years. We do a 5-year rolling approach. Brian is in the process of also reviewing that and making sure that that it's still applicable to us, and whether the 5-year or 4-year approach is going to be the one that's going to be taken moving forward. But again, their debt is a very long-term investments, not so long, max 5 years. So therefore, this approach would then ensure that we apply our minds a little bit more and give a reference guide for whoever comes after us, that they will have something to go by and understand that this philosophy is something that council supports, and how you see things going forward. So the debt strategy, I basically discussed, I talked about it already. Just want to see if there's anything that I may have missed. Yeah, I think the only one thing that I didn't mention is that on these decision makings, we will definitely consult with the market experts to get their opinion on it. Investment bankers to hear what they see, how things are going to change, what they foresee in the future, and not just base our decisions or our assumptions on just past history, but also make sure that we have a good understanding as to what the future may look like and how we should then maybe act according to our debt and reserve strategies. Next slide, please. Then in conclusion,
Sir, go ahead, Leon.
Conclusion, did you say this part? Okay, I can wait. And
Okay.
I'll speed up on the conclusion then. So in conclusion, what we would like to obtain from council here today is basically direction in terms of maintain current levels of service, maintain current infrastructure levels as well, maintain current staff levels as they are today, follow the compensation policy of 60 percentile and the COLA to be determined as agreed with ATRAC and council. Limit debt for limit debt funding to large projects only for now, and then also establish a reserve policy that's going to be with limits associated with the limits as discussed here with council today as well. And then maybe also not specifically identified, but we may as well throw in here as well, develop a debt strategy for the county going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to move, we take a 5-minute recess for health benefit.
Oh, you don't get to move. I'll just recess for 5
Okay.
minutes. We're recessing for 5. So. So we do have Counselor Peterson. Go ahead. You have a question for Director Shonkin? Do you remember?
Yes, I do. I actually wrote it down. That's how my memory worked. So my question to you, Mark, was, I'm just wondering if we need to have something like a strategic response reserve, and that would be for things like conditions change. We have, like we've had COVID, we'd have, financial crises before and things like that. And maybe so something that might happen is that there's an opportunity to do 2 years worth of road work because road contractors aren't working and but they're willing to work cheap. We may be able to, if we had some kind of a responsive money like that put aside so that when the opportunity arises, we can capitalize. And maybe you have that in the budget already, I'm not sure, but it's just my thought that's before we spend all that extra reserve money we have, if maybe we shouldn't consider putting some of that into that type of account.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. That is a very valid point, and I think if we might ensure that our reserve levels are at a very reasonable level, that should situations like that arise, I do believe that in the target levels that we have now, that I've presented, that we'll be able to handle those kind of items when they do come up. Debt will also be an option that we will have in the future. The challenge that we will have, for a reserve specific, for that purpose is what's going to be the number that we will have to say is going to be the reasonable number, and do we want to tie up reserves for a 1 in 20 year event like COVID, which we probably will not see again in our lifetimes, or some other things that do come up. I do understand that there's some very strong logic for it. I do believe that if the reserve levels are at a healthy level, that should anything like that come up, that we will be able to react accordingly. But I'm very open to the guidance from council as to how you see that we might approach that going forward as well.
Actually, I can provide just some history before you go, Brian. Just without a number of years ago, when there was a lot of potential work out there, we borrowed $20 million to do extra road work because interest rates were low. So we do have that capability to do that. And I would agree with Director Shonkin to set $20 million into a reserve just to sit there in case maybe potentially when we can borrow if we need to. You look at our debt ceiling limit, we're on 180 million. We could borrow up to, and we're sitting at 37 million. So we have all kinds of that in my mind is the strategic plan. And that's my perception. And that's the history that we did before. So sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Yep, no problem. I don't disagree with that. I just think sometimes when crisis meets, so does financial high interest rates, and it's not a good time to borrow. But that's my own point of view, and I'll leave it at that. I did have another question for Ryan, and this is from way back in your conversation earlier today. You were talking about doing some study on pavement and to get better costs overall, and you said something about being underfunded for $1. So did I understand you that if you look at that and we decide that, okay, we're going to underfund this for 5 years, will you be able to give us a dollar figure of what that'll cost afterwards, what the increase in cost would be?
Yeah, that's part of creating a pavement management system, is that if council said, we're going to cut the overlay budget from 10 million to 5 million, we'd be able to say, well, this is what that's going to do to the condition of your roads. Number one, you're going to go from having 70% in good condition to 45, and you're going to look at deferring a capital cost that's going to projected would be 5 million. And if you do this, it'll eventually cost you 15 million. So that's the whole intent of what we're trying to do with our paved network, is to trigger ideal points where we'd have an intervention. So let's say we identified a piece of road that was 8 years old. And if we went and spent $100,000 chip sealing it, we could actually get it to year 23 instead of 18. And that's the whole part of what we're trying to do. Yeah, is to say, based on budget scenarios, here's an ideal world to have all of these at the right interventions. We can't accommodate that. Here's the repercussions of that. Yeah, it's kind of a whole overarching management of roads specifically as an asset, just because they're a high dollar value.
Yeah, you do spend a lot of our money. But yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. And I'm sorry I left it for like 2 or 3 hours before
No.
I popped it on you.
It's something we're just starting. We're using a special, like, this is what they do. It's not just anybody that does this. And it's a really good tool to have the most efficient use of your dollars when it comes to surfaced roadways, because I mean, they can cost up to $1 million a kilometer to build, right? So you want to make sure you're doing the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you too, Mark.
So I don't see any of the lights, but I do have a couple comments and one question. Is basically you laid out at the beginning what our reserve transfer into and out to currently is. So we've been using that philosophy for a long time, and that got us to the 105 million in reserves. So with this new philosophy of dropping it to the 40% of operational, does that change what we're actually going to be transferring in and that we have to transfer in? So is that going to change that model?
The 40% itself would not be the significant indicator, in terms of that. The biggest player in that, in this scenario would be the cash flow forecast that we will have in terms of our, assets, if I can use it. And then we'll have a much better understanding and clearly understand exactly what those levels should be. And then by not looking at it as an individual basis, but collective, for those cash flow reserves would reduce the level significantly.
It should.
Yes. And then also, I mean, the general capital, general operating reserve, those items, like I say, I believe the levels that I've indicated in here is safe levels. And then we'll play with that, on that level, going forward, just to make sure that we fluctuate on that, on that range. Should something happen, larger project comes up, borrow, take 5 or 10 million out of it, have a plan in place to put that money back again, and so on. So yes, I would say it will significantly change the approach used going forward. Almost, the way that we'll do is at the beginning of the year, we'll transfer to those specific reserves at the beginning of the year, those exact amounts. And the year as we spend, we will draw from that reserve, and then we'll have, the net effect will be the fluctuations at the end of the year, up and down. But again, to make sure that still stays in line with our cash flow forecasts on those specific items, yes.
So, but overall, it should change the amount that we're putting into reserves going forward with this new mindset. So personally, I want to thank you for the presentation and the analysis on the reserves. It was a lot of work. I can only imagine looking at how all the information that you presented to us today. I do like that concept. Councillor Frayne and I were talking in the interim, in the little break here and stuff, and in our mind, it'd be nice to, okay, if this is what the policy, if that is the direction of council that that's where we're going, then let's set those reserves up and then kind of have our slush fund reserve or whatever you want to call it on our major capital reserve on the side, and let's see how we operate within that. And then if we're gonna, as the major capital reserves come up or major capital asks come up, we pull out of that as our bank, and then we can see what the future is, and we can see how we manage our 40 to 50 million in reserves. And then we know when we've depleted this side, if we can function within that, but then we know that anything in the future, we will be borrowing for. That's how we would move ahead with as a council.
That's right. And that's the, the purpose of the general capital reserve, so that we say 25 million sitting in there, and then council have quite a bit of flexibility in terms of certain things that come up. But again, when something comes up, from council to say this, specific capital thing you want to do, then make sure that we have a plan in place as to how we're going to fund it, or, recover, or reestablish the level back to that reserve on a logical basis of, over a certain period, depending on the amount and what kind of project it is. Yes.
Because that would even answer Councillor Peterson's question around having that slush fund reserve while we've got it there. I mean, if it happens in the interim that we can use it, then if we choose to go with road projects, at that point, if we see an opportunity where we can get a significant amount done and it's a recession type of thing, then there may be an opportunity. Councillor Peterson.
I think we should call it a strategic response
There you go.
reserve and not a slush fund.
I'm just, yeah.
Just a marketing term.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, the comment that Councillor Peterson made about, strategic funds. We had an emergency situation this year, which we've been told has cost significant amounts of dollars. So where are those funds coming from? Is it coming from the stabilization reserve? And with the anticipation that as it was a state of local emergency or an emergency that we've already been given some indication that there'll be funds, some of those expenditures will be paid back to us.
The approach that was used in terms of the fund that was looked at from our cash flow availability and so on, the reserve levels itself wasn't affected by it, because we anticipated that would be a temporary borrowing that has occurred from our investments to be paid back again. So it was not seen as a let's say a use of the reserves, but it's as a permanent basis, but as a temporary basis just to fund.
So it came from our investments where in the short-term investments that we have that have liquidity to them fairly quickly, or?
That's right.
So there's a cost associated with taking that money out that we would have lost in investment as well too.
Yes, opportunity cost, yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I think we should call that reserve the paving roads reserve. Hey, Ryan?
Okay, we'll get into the naming contest later, folks. Julia.
Thank you. We're just now in the process of paying out those invoices as they coming in. They've been trickling pretty steady now. At same time, just to update council on DRP, we actually last week met with DRP representatives. It was a virtual meeting, but we were told verbally that our DRP application was approved. So we will be receiving a letter about that. They also acknowledged that they received our request for, up to 50% of our claim to be given to us in advance. So it's, it sounded positive as well that they will be doing that. Something to mention as well, $175 million that was announced by the province. That's only for the municipalities that had to fight their own fires like us, that not within the forest fire protection zone, because there's other figures that were mentioned on the news talking about the cost of fires like 750 million plus. That includes all the forestry fires. So, but the fund for DRP is only for the municipalities such as ours that we had to respond on our own. And somebody asked a question as well, would that be, 175 million based on the applications that they receive, and would that be sufficient to cover? Obviously, it would be sufficient to cover us, but they said they can't say with certainty, but they said in the past, if they find themselves in that situation, they would go back to the ask for more money for the fund. Yeah. So we also asked how they're gonna compensate us based on what we will be paying to other municipalities for helping us to respond to the fire. Because as you know, they will be billing us based on their bylaws. So it sounded like they will not be limiting the payments to us based on that provincial set price that they set. They basically will be reviewing those invoices. As we, they actually said, if you look at that invoice and it looks like very, very high and not reasonable, talk to us before you pay it. But other than that, they said as long as it's reasonable, we'll compensate you based on what you paying to the other municipality. That said, they only compensating up to 90%, right? So there's still, if you take a look strictly in our application, $17 million, $1.7 million, just based on that calculation would be our own cost, right? So that's still substantial. So we have to be aware of that. And just like was mentioned, whatever you're going to call it, if we find ourselves in that situation, since DRP program had changed and now we have to pay for 10%, of it, yeah, we have to be aware and make sure that we have some emergency response fund for that as well. Yeah, but on this particular philosophy, it would make sense for Mark now to bring the new draft policy that we will lay out the rationale why we're doing it and how we're doing it, and then basically park that extra amount into that strategic/emergency fund reserve and test the theories and see how it goes. But at least we're gonna have some kind of a rationale what we have in our reserves, and then we can adjust it based on information as we get new information and learn more. And we're going to improve our asset management program as well. Like we already done tremendous work in it, but it's not 100% completed, right? So yeah, just probably we'll need two motions, one motion for pre-budget guideline and one motion for Mark to bring the draft reserve policy based on this presentation, right?
That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Beaupre.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Amazingly enough, that's why the historically the financial stabilization reserve was actually put in place, was for exactly the same comments that we just had around the table. And it's just kind of expanded from that, right? I can't remember the terminology. I think it was the government had said, you need to have enough money to pay your bills till your taxes come in, and that's really where that money was there, and you had to put in X amount of dollars per year based on whatever your assessment level was as well. We also had a couple of years where we had some items that were deemed an emergency, and so council of the day actually thought that that was where that should go. So that's where the financial stabilization reserve. So
Overland
basically,
flooding.
yeah, we're arrived at. So now you're talking about a new name for it, basically.
Okay, so Tatiana, do you have those two motions crafted for us? Okay, so looking for direction from council. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that council refer administration to prepare the 2024 budget within the following guidelines: maintain current infrastructure levels and to distinguish between the infrastructure that has been maintained or replaced. Actually, I think everybody can probably read that. So was there any, I think that was all that was asked to be captured. Is that right, Mark?
As listed.
Yeah, as listed.
So thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. The council refer administration to prepare the 2024 budget in the following guidelines, the 4 bullet points as listed. Would council like me to read them out? Overall, I'm hearing no. So is there any further discussion around this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So the second motion we're looking for is for our Director Shonkin to bring back the draft bylaw or
Reserve policy with
reserve policy.
with the, I would say the reserve targets as discussed during the.
With reserve targets as discussed. So, Councillor Frayne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will make the motion that council direct administration to review and amend policy C27 based on reserve targets as discussed.
To a future council. Council. It's got to be a council so we can approve it. No. Unless he's already got it in his back pocket.
Working document. So it's it will be forthcoming soon. The largest portion of it was getting to this point, so it should be.
Should be sometime in August.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne that council direct administration review and amend policy C27 reserves to include the reserve targets as discussed and to bring policy C27 reserves to a future regular council meeting for council's review and approval. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to maybe just confirm something with council. Does council have a desire that we develop a debt strategy as well going forward, or because otherwise it will just. How would council like us to proceed in terms of that aspect of it?
So strategy with regards to the borrowing and versus reserves usage?
Yes, more or less.
I think so. I think, and we need to probably understand this quite well, because if this brings us closer to operating on the edge versus the flex that we had within the current reserves. So we really need to understand what motions we make around finances and stuff. So I think we need to have a policy and guidance, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So Councillor Beaupre.
Earlier in your presentation, Mark, you talked about your philosophy. I had asked whether there's, we had a policy or a standing or operating practice that could be identified so that they could be attached to like business cases, things like that as well, so that we had a better understanding around that. So will you be establishing those for council to see, or?
That is correct. I'll probably work with Ryan, on this specific matter, and then we'll develop a document that we can present to council that can be either a guidance document or administrative directive or something, something to that extent that will be lasting and that can be a reference point for future use.
Right, absolutely, because that's my point is the way we operate today may not be, and the way council approves how it's operating. But if you were to move on and someone else was sitting in that chair, they may have a policy or a philosophy that's different than yours. And we want to have something established where they work from and then have to come to us and explain and defend why they want to change it. Thanks.
So Councillor Frayne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'll move that we direct administration to develop a debt strategy as discussed today and bring back to council or something to that. Yeah, to review and approve.
Policy, it would be a policy or a bylaw? Policy.
So just, yeah, the debt strategy policy. Thanks.
Yeah. And that, yeah, just keep it high level. Is that strategy good enough for you, Mark, or do you want it?
That's right. The debt strategy is good enough. Thanks.
Okay.
And does council want it to be a policy or just a strategy?
policy.
Policy, good.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne, the council direct administration to develop a debt strategy policy regarding and debt strategy policy and bring it back to a future regular council meeting for council's consideration. Is there any further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thank you, Director Shonkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I sign off here, I just want to thank the accountant sitting here behind me for the, the support and guidance as to, preparing this document, as well as Ryan and, London Public Works and a few other individuals that has contributed quite to, in my understanding and preparing this document today. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Shonkin. Yeah, and I want to convey our congratulations and appreciation of the hard work that went into this from council as well. I mean, I know from where we were to where we currently, what you guys currently presented to us, took a lot of work and analysis to make sure that we're doing the right thing for both our ratepayers and the county municipality as a whole. So thank you very much. So with that, we'll move on to information items. 9.1, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council requested that administration brings forward information about the local government fiscal framework. So here it is. So just to provide a quick overview, the framework was established in 2021 and was later amended in March of 2023. The Act reflects a commitment to a new funding framework for local governments. It's supposed to begin in fiscal years 2024-2025. LGFF will replace MSI, Municipal Sustainability Initiative funding, and basic municipal transportation grant. So we were told LGF is also expected to be 37% less than the annual average of MSI and BMTG funding over the last 10 years. That's in the first year of funding 2024 to 2025. So overall, the figure for the first year allocated to the non-chartered municipalities in that first year of funding is 340 million. That includes cities of Edmonton and Calgary. Now, 2021 version of the Act included a formula for available capital funding that is expected to grow every year at 50% of changes in provincial revenues. The Act was changed in March 2023, and some of you may recall quite a few discussions about that, and that 50% cap was removed in the March 29, 2023 version after substantial lobbying by the municipalities. So that's kind of two big parts to this new Act, the funding pot, how that funding pot will grow, and another large component to this new framework is basically a formula to determine specific allocations to different local governments. That has not been determined yet, but the Act authorizes the minister to approve that formula. As far as we know, Alberta municipalities and rural municipalities of Alberta both submitted their positions. They were invited to submit one position on a subject, but they couldn't agree, as you recall. So 2 separate documents were submitted, and the formal decision has not been communicated to the municipalities. As far as I know, they had not finalized that. So there's a few documents attached for your perusal. But that is pretty much the overview of local government fiscal framework, and yet to be determined what it will look like in the end.
So with regards to this, like even within the RMA, there's varying opinions from different municipalities around what this should look like. There's certain ones that don't even agree with the RMA's stance, even in our own zone. So I guess, what does council think? Where do we net out in RMA's position on this? Because we know from, well, my perception is from the Alberta municipalities' position, the rurals significantly get a lot less. So definitely not supportive of that one. But even with within the RMA one, where do we sit within this one? Where do we sit? How is it going to impact us? Because the 37% less, that's an overall, but what does that mean for us? Are we 40%? Are we 20%? Have we done that analysis? Has anybody? I'm guessing not. So is it something we should be doing?
So, I'm just not sure if you looked at the document. It's 9.1.2 document, and if you go to page 3, it describes what RMA proposed formula will include. Did you have a chance to look at that?
I looked at it, but again, that's kind of a high level document. It doesn't give the exact formula, and that's what I'm wondering. Have we done the exact analysis to see? Have we got the specifics on it so that we can put it into our own municipality to see how this is going to impact us?
No, we do not. We don't know how they're going to weigh different components. We know how they kind of calculated MSI, but nobody's happy about that. So we'll see what it will be. So
So piss off everybody equally.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So there's nothing really to compare it to. So, yeah.
Okay. We're not being recorded yet, Emily. Go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
You know, I'm of the opinion that the government's already decided how they're going to roll this out. I think our biggest challenge will be to continue to watch how they download other responsibilities to municipalities and be active and engage them in those types of things. Our commitment to Highway 40 is a prime example. You know, they talk about, they've identified the Minister of Economic Corridors, and you couldn't find a bigger economic corridor than Highway 40. And still we were required, to make the project, we weren't required to make the project move forward. We invested that funds, us and the MD of Greenview, and you know, we unfortunately may have went down the slippery slope path on some of that, and I think we need to remind the government that in their times of economic prosperity that they need to remember those that helped them get there.
Okay. Is there any further questions for administration or around the LGFF? Information's all there. A lot of light reading. I'm seeing none. So this is just for information. Moving on to 9.2 is planning and development. I guess that is Reed. Go ahead, Reed.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. So the attached document provides an overview of the year-to-date trends in the planning division. So here on page 2, we have a quick overview. So what we have for this year is similar to the recent level of activity we've had since 2016. You'll notice that we had a peak in development activity in 2015 and then a somewhat steep decline. And in recent years, things have maintained a steady pace. In our overall statistics, we'll notice that there was a bit of a stunting in 2022. That is likely due to economic conditions, notably the increase of inflation to 8.4% in June of 2022. This year, the reports from ATB show inflation at 4.3 as of this April. And so in our overall trends, we see a slight improvement, although it's on par for recent years. Notably, rezonings are up. And there's been a slight shift in trends towards fewer residential buildings being constructed, but more non-residential. So more commercial and industrial development is what we're seeing this year compared to last. And so that's similarly reflected in our safety codes permits. On page 3, we have the trends for development permits. And so the numbers for this year are similar to what we've had in recent ones. The anomaly there is in the spring of 2019, likely the result of the COVID pandemic, people deciding to invest in their properties, building decks and sheds rather than going on their canceled vacations, that type of trend. Otherwise, activity this year is similar to what we've seen over the past 5. In terms of on page 4, we have trends in construction values. And so again, our total values are similar to the year to date that we had in 2022, only a couple $100,000 off. We see in the 4-year construction value in 2020 to 2023, all of our overall values have been in a similar range across the year, with some anomalies in 2022 and 2020 with some significant increases in the fall. And that's likely just a few higher value projects that really bring up the numbers rather than overall trend in number of developments. In page 5, we see the patterns in subdivisions. I would like to note that the number here for year-to-date 2023, I believe is incorrect. I've counted our files. We've had 43 applications this year. And so it is very similar to what we had in 2022 and likely to exceed what we had in 2022 and be closer to the overall trend we see. Likely closer to the 60-70 range by the end of year. So pacing ahead of 2022, but not quite as the high levels we've seen in past years pre-2015. And then on page 6, we note some key areas of interest for development in the region. So in the northeast area there, we see Teepee Creek, where there's some interest in mainly residential development. All of these projects are generally residential. In Bezanson, we've also had some interest and some applications towards more residential development. Similarly, just southwest of Sexsmith, again, some interest in some country residential. Again, to the west of the city, just west of the airport, north of Highway 43, and the Flying Shot area that we have in progress. So they are actively working to develop residential in that area, and that is to a higher density in that area. So, thank you.
So I do have one question. I don't see any lights at this point. So has the CSV gas plant, have they started? I haven't been out there since we've given them approval back in June. Do we know if they've started breaking ground on that?
I don't know if they've started breaking ground on that.
Okay, because they were in a big hurry. They wanted that done so that they could basically start that week breaking ground. So I might have to take a drive out there on the way home. Okay, I don't see any other questions at this point, Reid. So thank you for the update and the information. And with that, there's nothing else, any notice of motion for council? And no council member reports, administrative reports, closed session, none. We have no decisions on delegations, so we are adjourned.